Good evening, NECC. We have the last week of regulation play in Rocket League. I am staged, and joined with me is Grant, and we are about to witness what might be the highest stakes game all season for Aquinas College White.
We are just about to witness what could be just that staged. I mean, this is ultimate spoiler. Like you and I were talking about, we realized that there is one game separating Aquinas from mathematical elimination for qualifying for playoffs. That meaning that if East Carolina can pick off just one game from this team with a slightly higher record, something very plausible, then Aquinas, they're out of the race and there's nothing they can do about it.
Now, that being said, East Carolina, they have already been mathematical eliminated. They are the bottom team of their bracket. So, in my opinion, if I'm in that situation, I am all that much more motivated to ruin some seasons. So that's all the motivation that I would need to go ahead and take a game off of ACU and just completely take away their hopes and dreams. It's the last match you get. You got to do it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at this point, it's like, why not? There's nothing to lose. There's nothing to win. There's nothing to gain. I mean, other than pride at this point and bragging rights. Spoiler. I mean, I love it all, and I'm just ready to go ahead and get right into it because this one, it's going to be a fun one. Like we talked about, their records are very similar. Aquinas being 2-5, whereas ECU being 1-6. If I'm not mistaken, I'm literally looking at it. Like, if I'm not mistaken. Goodness gracious,
You're
already
dead on,
along.
Grant. You're
Yeah,
dead
yeah,
on, Grant.
it's two teams with very similar records, meaning that we're supposed to see a very close match. They haven't had the most fortunate of seasons, but now it should be a pretty even challenge. We could see it go the distance, and I sure hope it does.
Well, we're going to see it out on the pitch because we're already started. And we've got Benzing trying to chase this one down, putting it into the side of ECU so far. A little bit slow to pick this one up, but Zyfe takes it off the sidewall, sends out 10 feet, and broken up by Steve Beef. All the way back for some corner ball, and that's popped right to the center. I don't know if AQ can find anything to send this in, though. Aquinas needs to get these games so solid as a start. They lost connection on Bimax. Oh, no.
That is going to be the
Restart
game. Yeah, that's going to be a game restart by the rulebook orders. I mean, less than 30 seconds, no goals scored. So this is something where we can restart. So we're just going to have to go ahead and get on out of this one. And like we said, just get a quick restart on it. I think the players still think to play on despite the restart message. But as soon as we can, we will get the game back up and going for you guys. With stage, there was already some good pressure from both sides and a lot of other good things that show this even matchup.
Yeah, I'm really in the period after the restart was called. We started to see some of the little mechanical flair, people trying to do the cross court carries, things like that. I think we're going to be in for a spicy matchup.
For sure. And I mean, we saw a little bit of, I think it was Aquinas, no, it was ECU in the orange who were going for some pretty cheeky stuffs to get their counterattacks and their offense going. I think right at the end, just before the disconnect happened, you saw a redirect. Like the fact that we're even going for those things and thinking that they're plausible or knowing that our mechanics can hold something like that. I mean, that shows you that there is some very good mechanical skill that's going to probably help out ECU in being that ultimate spoiler.
Right. I think that it might be something they've picked up over the season. You put in a little bit of practice time, you realize you got to get that motivation picked up, or it could be that, the emergence division is just that strong that you have this much mechanical play already taking shape. But then again, there's still a lot of factors to see, a lot of games to see, and I don't want to be getting too far ahead of myself in terms of predicting and trying to be the Rocket League Nostradamus of how these teams will play.
Well, I certainly love a good prediction. I think based off of those 30 seconds and what we've seen here staged, why don't we, just for the sake of doing it, why don't we get some predictions in? Because I guess we didn't really do that in our pre-match here. So based on those 30 seconds and what you thought before, everything that we've had down on paper staged, who are you going with for this one in the series?
I think this one's going to be a really close. I think it's a 3-2, just barely in favor of AQ, of Aquinas. But I don't think that one team is way far ahead of either of the other.
I would say so as well. I don't think there's too much that really massively benefits one team or the other. But I feel like there is something that ECU might have. It's got to be these counterattacks. If they can have those high quality counterattacks and get the clear across midfield to start up their offense, I think with quality, they'll be able to find quantity in goals by the end of it. So let's just hope we can see that. Again, playing that spoiler, one game is all it takes to knock out Aquinas. And here is Max down to Ben, doesn't find much of a connection. Zyfe and Lord finding themselves in the same place. But Zyfe does take over from the ceiling shot out of boost. Nothing to work off of. What a dunk, though, out of nowhere from Lord Sheichman.
You talk about needing the counterattack out of ECU, but this wasn't even a counterattack. It was just a pretty steady application of pressure. And ECU showing some pretty nice teamwork there with Lord Sheichman picking up that pass. I think this is definitely a new team from what we had earlier in the season.
Potentially, but man, what a mechanical display there early on from ECU. I was definitely not expecting to see something as solid as that, and it's just such a tough thing to read a defender like that. Typically, you would expect that the clear has a bit more power and a bit more punch behind it. The shots, though, are just really high quality from both sides, and we're going to be tied up by Max at 1-1.
It's a really unfortunate touch off the sidewall from Lord Sheichman. He was trying to get that to roll up or pinch out. Instead, goes directly into center court, setting up a easy goal there by Bimax.
Well, 10 foot. Tossed one out to midfield, instantly picked up on by Max again. Long clear down the other way. These are those counterattacks, but Ben doing a good job to contain it and keep the offensive pressure rolling. Zyfe to the side. It's not the best place to put the ball. It does seem like the easiest, but in the long term, you're going to have offenders coming in to attack that clear, and that's when these counterattacks get started for ECU. They're taking it out slowly at the moment, but that's a good connection just wide of the net. 10 foot able to get it over the top. One more shot in, and that's just the quickness of Aquinas.
Grant, I think we're seeing kind of the opposite of what we were thinking we were going to see before. A lot of the counterattacks here and a lot of the return aggression is coming out of Aquinas. ECU is more of a consistent offense, but as soon as they have to rotate, as soon as they have to transition, we're seeing the gaps in their defense show up, and that's where Aquinas is starting to capitalize.
I think both teams are going to have those holes in their defense that are going to be punished on at any time. I think both of these teams are highly offensive and don't really think too much about the defense and how to transition back into that because they are most comfortable with putting on the pressure, and when they have pressure against them, that's when things don't bode over too well. So look out for those holes, make sure that you can close them up, patch them up, and not let them through like that. It's 2 in the net, but 10 foot finding that high quality, good placement on offense.
That's also great communication. 10 foot was in position there, had to call for that. Just a really subtle play by Zyfe there to bounce it off of the backboard and set up 10 foot. But that's something that you just pick up from communication, from having trust in your team.
It is something that is just picked up over time, which
no.
just shows you, I did not like that whiff. Thank goodness it didn't cost anything from ECU. But Aquinas, slow flick, now the back pass. Lord Spikeman read it pretty well. Max, oh no! So many mistakes that are happening on the defensive ends of both sides. It's just proving my point, but in tragic ways.
It's all coming off the boost, though. Like, you're in the midfield, you're a little bit low on boost because you haven't rotated to the corner in a little while, and Byman's just going to try and chase that one down, knock it in because he can't get out to the side of the ball.
Oh, poor Bimax, man. That is absolutely tough there. They'll have to regain on it, especially now that that goal puts them down by 1, and they do not want to lose this game. Again, that mathematically eliminates them from playoffs. Those are the stakes we're working with, and this is the ball that both sides are working with. Zyfe cuts off 10 foot there. That's going to create a lot of confusion, but so much space being given now as we see this high-octane offense drain themselves just a little bit.
Aquinas is playing this so loose in the midfield. I actually love it. They're giving so much room to each of their own players while still pressuring the offense. Right here, we got Steve Beath, who's moving in on pressure, but that's just immediately on the tight rotation and sets up Bimax for an easy goal.
Yeah, about that, Steph, with, just a very simple clear, but Lord Sheichman doesn't have the power and the angle to get that back up into the air, but rather puts it down to the ground. You could tell right when it happened, they're like, oh, yep, I just did that. That is not what I was aiming for, and it just goes right on in the back of the net. But we are all tied up. Just so strange how almost every goal has been such almost a tragedy. I mean, it's high. Again, I use this word quality because usually you see teams put on so much quantity and many shots and they just keep on going. But each shot that has been put onto the net has pretty much almost turned into a goal for either side. I mean, 4 shots for both sides and 3 goals for both sides. Well, that's going to change there with that save from Lord Sheikhman. From 10 foot, taking it out on the dribble. Max almost all alone. Could be vulnerable. Passed it out the 10-foot. Shot behind the defense. We got to stay on that back post because I think that's what's costing us right now.
All right, Grant, let's just call a spade a spade. This is what it is. They might have the defense out in the middle of the field on the corners, but when it comes to shots on net, both of these teams are made of Swiss cheese.
It does seem that way there. I like that a ton because there are a lot of gaps in the middle of it, and that is just not something you want to see. It's not something that is good for any defense. It is now 1 goal back up for ECU, and Stev with a dunk. That's a big beat as well. It's right on net, though. It could go in. 10-foot barely got their hands on it. One off the backboard, and another to come in for the offense by Max. Over and rolling through the ceiling. Lord Sheikhman down. Stev on target, looking for a double. Just barely missed. Benzing with a 50 that somehow finds it over the defender into the net.
It's kind of the thing I'm talking about. They have so much defense on the outskirts, like the outriders, the corners of the net, but once the ball's in a shooting lane, neither of these teams are able to knock it free. Everything's just a pretty straightforward textbook shot that's going to go in every time.
These shots, though, they're not just quick and they're not just powerful, but look at the placement each and every time. You notice both teams know to put the ball behind the defender, especially in a situation when they're pushed up halfway through the net from the back post. It's not where you want to be. This is not where Bimax wants to be, but does get the clear as that one wasn't placed quite behind them. Benzing clearing that one out as well. Really need to see teams go for that back post because this is where it gets dodgy. 10 seconds to go. Some more attacks from ECU. That's a long distance cleared. Lord Sheikhman needs to get that one away, and they do so. Benzing with one more, blocked by the defense yet again. Although it's still up in the air. Stev Beef, they're up for it. It's just high. No one's around. Yes, they are. Benzing from the box puts one in to keep Aquinas alive.
Aquinas recognizing that they need to avoid those golden goals at all costs. Find a miracle right at 0 seconds. Their dreams are still alive. The math is still there. But honestly, I'm gonna talk to you about, like, you asked me to put a prediction down based on the first 30 seconds. And I feel like Aquinas, they might have been leaving a lot of things open for goals and everything, but their rotational play, when they're in the midfield, when they're transitioning, is so tight. I'm watching the full pitch, and it's just, they are constantly having, it looks like the same player is in the same spot because they're just rotating one in and out at the same spot. It's so beautiful to watch.
It is pretty beautiful to watch, but what's not so beautiful is the defenses for both sides. I mean, you said it was made out of Swiss cheese. I think that's a very accurate way to put it because if you're sitting in the middle of the net, you still have a box around you. We are playing reverse hole in the wall right now. It is where the opening should be. That is all you got. That is the only wall you got. Imagine if you built a house, right? And, instead of cutting holes for the windows were just floating and that was your wall. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's essentially what the defense is right now.
They built a house and started with the window instead of the rest of the wall.
It just doesn't make sense. It's
It doesn't.
You gotta have your home on defense. You gotta put in a new security system. I guess this analogy doesn't make sense when you do go to the back post, except when you think about the coverage that you can get. Now I sound like I'm selling you insurance, but the amount of coverage you can get is like 90% of the net when you're sitting on that back post, whereas you could get about 30% to 40 by sitting in the middle of it. So why not double your rates and switch to the back post insurance company?
Grant, this is falling apart. We can't keep up like this. We're going to have to watch 10 feet take this off the wall, send up to center court, and have Bimax immediately look for the waterfall play off of this. A little tippy tap and not able to bulldoze right on through. But that's where we got to go. You know, the insurance has been paid off. They can't change their provider right now, so we're going to need to see how this plays out with the providers they've got.
Oh man, insurance all day, and that's what teams also are looking to build on, is how many goals they have when, you know, it's not as close of a game, when you're leading by, geez, that was insane. First of all, give credit where credit is due off of that save to bounce it off the crossbar, but, you know, these teams are looking to get those 2-goal, 3-goal, 4-goal leads. Obviously, score as much as you can, don't let as much in, and what happens is you do build up a bit of an insurance policy, but the problem is, if you don't have insurance, you can't get a quote on anything. So again, we stress that back post because no one is there. Benzing thought about pushing for it, but thought the shot was already in, and that's just the mental game. You gotta stay focused to the end.
10 feet there. Gets kind of the magic shot off of 2 posts and the floor to get that bounce in. Really lucky angle, really well placed.
Oh, for sure it was. A strange bump as both players missed the kickoff. Stevby from the left side wanted to look for someone on the right, now has the ball to themselves, taking it up to the heavens, bounced down and returned. Lord Sheichman with a save to the corner, keeping it at bay. Benzing out to the middle. Max took a while to get up to it, fires a shot just in front though. Zeif making that stop. Stevby to the left side. Ben goes for it and misses. Still out to this corner. That pressure looking to be built upon by Aquinas. Out midfield. Max got there, but so did Lord Sheichman, stopping it. No! Not like this! The absolute reverse of what you want to see happens.
Oh, Zeif just barely tipping that one off of the ceiling and back in. One of the things I was going to say is it feels like ECU on defense is a little bit slow in challenging the ball, but the one time they try and tackle it aggressively, just turns into an own goal.
I don't think they could make up their mind as to whether or not they wanted a bump or a clear there, but the right answer would be a clear in that situation. When you have a defender around there, you just got to be faster. You got to beat them. That's also an incredible read from Max for the clear now. Except it's on the wrong side, I'm just now realizing. See, high quality stuff in all the wrong places is what seems to be a theme for both of these sides. But they can still find the net. We're not discrediting them there. That's off the backboard. Lord Sheichman, dangerous to put it so close to their net, but we see what they were going for. Same thing matched by the offense, hitting that backboard. Now over the head of Bimax, that's a runaway goal. No one is back for this.
That's a rare breakdown, in my opinion, on Aquinas' rotation. They've been trying to hold that mid lane, but just having that one flip right over to the top of the one who's holding the lane means that no one gets their boost, no one's back there to deal with it. If they were just a little bit further back or stop trying to play directly for the center of the lane, then you have a little bit more room to work and less that counterattack threat, my bad.
You're all good. I mean, I think what's happening is that third man is pushing up way too soon, and that's where these counterattacks are becoming so vulnerable for both sides. It's being very cautious as to when you can push that third, when you have your first and second, your other teammates that have the time to rotate back. You got to buy a little bit of time, and so if you just back off a little bit and shadow defend, you will be much, much better. Bimax, though.
This is part of the reason why these corner plays are so effective, because it buys so much time. If you keep going off the backboard, you've got to hold the pressure or else the counterattack comes up. So Steve Beef here is going to kind of set that up, but all of it being played off the wall means that there's a lot more time for both teams before any real offensive threat gets generated.
Oh, for sure. Here comes Bimax, though. Here comes the offensive threat. Just a big beat on to the attack. The shot to the corner. Lord Sheichman for that redirect. We saw that in those first 30 seconds of, I guess, game 0. And that's what I was talking about. We know that they could be capable of it, but it's all about whether or not they can pull it off. ECU still holding the lead. And again, if you're just joining us, these stakes are pretty high. Potentially one of the highest all NECC season long. One game is all ECU needs to statistically eliminate Aquinas College from the playoffs, and this could be where Aquinas say no, we are still in it to win it, and it is tie game with 60 seconds.
This is absolutely so important because it did look like ECU didn't have the insurance policy we were talking about earlier, but they were ready to try and start leaning on their lead a little bit. Resting on their laurels, playing a little bit more defensively, and finally Aquinas was able to capitalize on that with just a play off the wall. But this is still really dangerous. They've got to be so assertive right now for Aquinas. Any gaps, any time that they give to ECU is going to result in a game slipping through their fingers and taking away that playoff opportunity.
Bimax around the corner, though, looking to get back in the lead. 10-foot almost undid the work of that clear. Benzing having to do a little bit more themselves. Zyph, on the other end, has a shot and just couldn't get up quick enough to it to find that read. Bimax, though, with a pinch. It might be on target. It is. Aquinas are going to stay in it and take back the lead.
This is classic desperation. ECU really does want this. They want to take it away and end any opportunity for Aquinas because they've pulled the goalie at this point. They don't have a third man back. They're just saying, we're going to go all in on offense. And it doesn't work out all that well in Rocket League when that transition can come so fast, when you can get a shot from downtown.
Sure. 10-foot really wanted to get another shot from downtown for their own to tie back up this game. 15 seconds. We know that it's possible with how many holes there have been on the defense. Benzing says they're not going to let it happen now, and nor does Beef. They say no, we lock down the fortress, and they just have to block one more. That was a loose ball that could have been got by Lord Sheichman. Zyph keeping it up with 10-foot. Lord needing to circle back around, and it's just put behind them. Aquinas, if they can clutch this out, if they can still 3-0, they stay in it for playoffs.
It's so tight, though. This is impressive play, but I'm not going to say it's clean play. Like you said, it's impressive movements that are happening all in the wrong directions at the wrong times. So the mechanics are definitely there. But in terms of like the game sense, I think that there's something that is left to be desired. And I really do want to see ECU kind of start reading that and capitalizing on the gaps in the defense that AQ are leaving.
For sure, and I want to see that on, both sides, that's what's attributing to Aquinas College winning a lot of these games is they recognize those challenges and they recognize the holes in the defense, just like ECU is. So you and I, we ask a lot of the same thing because it's just such a glaring mistake, and it really is all that there is. It's knowing when you can push your third up, when you can give up that offense, when you have the opportunity to make that contact, because if you miss that or you get beat to the ball, that's game over. So be aware of when your teammates need times. Add that to your communications list. What are you communicating to your team? What are you saying? Are you saying, hey, buy me time? Are you saying, hey, you're last? Maybe think about not going there, is what would be interpreted from that call out. So just be careful as to when you can push, and also make sure to at least go for this one. We've seen this a couple times now. Benzing waiting on this challenge because they think the ball's already in.
I realize every time I see a shot like this that y'all can't see my face because I'm making a face of just being absolutely impressed. When you get a little tap that goes right off the corner, a bar down, if you will, but it's the kind of thing where you don't expect that. You don't think that you're going to have shots that are... I don't blame them for not being aware it was going in because I didn't think it was.
Yeah. Sure, no, totally understandable. And maybe at this level, that is a perfectly acceptable thing. I'm not 100% sure on exactly the ranks that we are dealing with here. All I know is that I'm seeing some pretty decent Rocket League, and that's all I really care about. Aquinas, College, looking for that first goal again. We've seen them go down several times. This is just a mechanical mistake. We can't really call this one out. You can't do much about that mid-game.
No, that's a panic play. 10 feet has no idea just what he needs to be doing right then because you have to be in 3 axes of acceleration at once. It's super hard there.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And the other thing, too, I did realize the one thing that was preventable is, again, the back post. The back post is needed
If you're not waiting right in the middle of the net, you've got some options.
And not even in the middle of the net in that occasion. It was more so the middle of the goalie box. It's like there's nothing covered at that point. A strong enough shot is going to get over your head any day of the week. Much like this one could very well do that. But Benzing has other plans, and so does Bimax. Almost found the connection towards the net. Finds it to themselves anyway. Zyph clears it away with a little flip, and it is back out. But not for long. Ben still being present, remaining relevant in the play, adding as much pressure as they possibly can. Now on the rotation out, Max takes this away. Spike down, Beef looking for it, backboard, and no one can make it there in time.
Vimax is just so hungry on these plays, constantly trying to pressure that midfield, but they have to find an opportunity, and there you do. Steve Beef going to pick that one up off of Benzing and drilling it in the upper 90.
Oh, this was a beautiful play, just right across, and then just how awkward the car was while it was upside down to even put that up that high and that quick was super spectacular, and now it is just one goal to hold on to. But we know that that might not be able to last as long with how close these games have been. I think they've all been one-goal games, or at least goals being traded at least every 60 seconds, so this lead couldn't last long. If Lord Sheichman has anything to say about it, it's off the backboard for now, though.
We talk about, in a lot of sports, they say defense wins championships, but these have all been really high-scoring games. It makes for a really exciting Rocket League, but it also does mean that it's so much more dynamic. There's a lot more ways it can go. It can be a blowout, it can be a very tight game. It's less consistent, and it's much more risky for both teams. Zyfe trying to rotate out, gets the stuff there. 10-foot going to knock that out to the corner for Zyfe to try and chase this down, but Steve Beef centers it up. Nobody home for AQ to send that one forward. But again, these are just straight offensive games, and any mistouch like that one could lead to Steve Beef widening the gap and taking out that insurance policy.
I was just about to say it. This is where they have found the insurance policy built up again, but the 50-50s have sometimes proved to be one of the strongest things for both of these teams, just somehow forcing their way through any defender standing in their way and coming out on top with another goal. Now 120 seconds remaining. Bimax waiting in the midfield for a pass from Steve Beef. It's dunked. Steve Beef might have to get up to it. Max says they might get it, but Zyfe instead is the one who ends up with it. Ben almost put that one behind 10 feet. Off the back from Bimax. It's a beautiful read, and we have not just built up an insurance policy. This might be an insurance law.
Nah, this looks like airmail to me, just shipping the policy in expedited. I mean, that might be a little bit of billing cost, shipping cost for you there, but that is just some clean airball coming out of AQ.
This is just the way that things are. That's why I would call it a law. It's pretty close to whatever you got. But this might just be the game over. I have no idea how AQ have been able to hang on for this long, and how it has taken all three games where they have just been able to come out on top each and every time, despite how close it has been. Something here is just looking and feeling good. These three have it all put together for them, and with 3 goals and 60 seconds to separate them, I think they're staying in the race for playoffs.
Absolutely. If you just take a look at these teams from a little bit further zoomed out of an angle, you see the chemistry between them is very, very solid on Aquinas. Like I said, they have these pretty sharp rotations, but they're not going to see it there as they get a little bit of friendly fire and pop that right into their own center. I'm just going to stop eating my words.
Yeah, I think this lead could absolutely evaporate in 49 seconds. That I am pretty confident in saying. I think it's possible. But do I think it's going to happen? That's another story. It just all depends on how good the offense looks in comparison to Aquinas and their defense. Lord Sheichman sending one deep downfield. Don't know why 10 feet is typing in their net. But
I think 10 feet might have given up here, recognizing that it might be possible, but it's not likely. And I'm going to put my efforts and my emphasis on the things that are likely, as Zyfe getting that pinch out downfield in front of the net, but Benzing able to clear it to the corner. It's just more of the case of the likely. 10 feet just waiting in net, doing his best Gibbs impression from way back in the day.
And I mean, this is tough too for the other teammates who probably still want to play this out. I mean, 49 seconds was definitely possible, and of course, as soon as 10 feet vacates the net, the dagger goes in for AQ. Unfortunate end. I really did think it was going to be possible there, but I mean, it's just not going to happen this time around, unfortunately. That is going to be Aquinas College coming out on top, and like I said, staying alive in the race. They're not out. All ECU needed to do was take off one game, but that challenge proved to be too tall of an order, and AQ are your winners 3-0.
Now, this is not the end of the stakes for Aquinas, though. They take the 3-0, which means they have a chance of making it into playoffs. But
Yes.
the road to get there is still monumental and fraught with terror. So,
Yes.
if King University win their next match, Aquinas is no longer eligible to make playoffs unless it's a 3-2. And then we have to
Mm,
deal with the tiebreaker. We don't know how that one's going to play out just yet.
of
Likewise,
course.
if Randolph Macon Black wins a single game in their upcoming series, Aquinas College just continues to be eliminated. So there has to be stars that align for
Yeah.
Aquinas to make it into playoffs.
I mean, hey, Aquinas did everything that they could and everything that was in their control to make sure
Yes.
that they had the best chance of playoffs. They got the 3-0, which is such an incredible achievement. But I really do want to take a quick moment to look at this whole back post thing that I'm talking about. If it wasn't clear enough to anybody at home that doesn't quite understand it, I'm going to do my best to make it clear. Let's say you got a play that's coming in from this side, right? The back post is going to be the post that is opposite from where the play is coming from, this right side here. So you'd be on the left side in this case. And when the ball is coming in like this, let's say we have someone here, they're shooting the ball on net, you want to be right back here because then that gives you coverage of everything. So much wherever the ball goes, unless they shoot it like right over your head, if that ball goes right in there, then that's something you could talk about. But you still have your double jump available that you could get up to all of that. When you really put yourself in that position, you have coverage of everything. But a lot of the times we saw the defender pushed out to here, so a shot could come in from, anywhere. We saw a lot of the times, let's say this for example, you can go here, you can place it behind them, especially when the defender is only facing out this direction. That's this whole area of the net is exposed and you're not covering as much as you would have liked to. So that's what we're talking about when we say back post. If you get here, anyone over here, they cannot penetrate when you're doing it right. And we just didn't see that almost at all in this series. The saves that did happen just happened to be the stars aligning.
And that's one of the things that's really cool about Rocket League because it's much less intuitive to those of us who played real life sports like soccer. When you're a soccer goalie, you're told to cut off the angles to get closer to the shooter so that there's less of the goal that's visible. But that's because, you have arms, you have legs, you can fan yourself out and take up more space. The car is the same size no matter what you do, and you can't really get behind you too easy. So, it's
Mhm.
more important to expand your range of coverage than it is to cut off angles in most cases.
It is like that, but we are going to cut off at least my time here staged. I don't know if you're sticking around, maybe, who knows, but I am going to be out for now, but we hope that you at home will stick around with us throughout the rest of the night and all the NECC action that is up and coming, so don't go anywhere, stick around, and we'll be right back right after this.
Welcome back to the NECC. Those of you who are returning after that break know that we just saw Aquinas College White keep their playoff hopes alive. But now, after this break, we have myself, Staged, and Lars here to give us one more series where playoff hopes are on the line. Lars, why don't you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, we've got Southern Illinois University Carbondale versus Valpo in the Challengers White Division. And right now, Valpo is fighting to stay alive with their playoff hopes. Southern Illinois obviously is already now just fighting for seeding. They've already locked their spot in the playoffs. But Valpo in a bit of an interesting position. If they pick up a win here, and I believe I had it in front of me a second ago, and now I want to bring it back. If East Carolina does not find a victory here in their final matchup of Week 9, then it will be Valpo in the playoffs. If they both win, then we've got an interesting situation between Northwood, East Carolina, Valpo. We have to do math. And since we're casters, we're not going to do that live for you here on the air because we will get it wrong. And then finally, if Valpo does not win today, then they do not make playoffs. So this is do or die for Valpo. Staged, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and/or dreams.
This is the reason why I love the end of the season. This is when it all comes down to a head. When all of the teams that are on the bubble realize, oh God, we're at do or die time. So I am really looking forward to this match. I really want to see Valpo pick up the pieces where they couldn't earlier in the season, but SIUC is not a team that's going to let that happen easily.
So you see currently 4th overall. Players on the field representing Valpo. You've got Colrox, Master Seb, and Oblivix. On the other side, you got Chumpy, Matt M, and Nerve. Already almost 10 seconds gone. A quick attack out of SIUC, and we're going to see Valpo turning around, looking for that physicality back the other way.
Colrox starting to establish control on the midfield. Really low camera angle from what I'm able to see from Colrox. Pretty interesting stuff there. But losing the ball there out to Obliviex, and this looks like SIUC is taking early initiative. Has shot opportunity, taking it really slow though. Merb faking that one out. Giving that out to Matt M instead, holding position in the midfield. Colrox over the top, but the rotation has already completed, and Cole cannot find the opportunity. Both these teams playing some really risky stuff in the center, right in front of their own net, but not being punished for it because of the immense patience and respect being shown by both sides.
I've seen where teams have been very successful by keeping that ball centered. It's so high risk, like you said, because it gives such a wide shooting angle to your opponent. I'd like to see them be a little bit more conservative defensively and only go to center when they know they've got a big clear upfield. Chumpy it's made a chump by that post as they don't quite find that one on net.
Shot towards center, though, not quite able to find any connection, but at least establishing that threat. SIUC trying to continue this threat, but now a clear downfield from Master Seb, dishes it right away to Matt M. And Matt M going to pinch towards center. Colrox finding the angle, but not able to get it by the defender. Chumpy dive bombing in from the wall. Matt M carrying this downfield now, looking for anything that they can. Chumpy takes it off the side, but just sends it into enemy territory with no follow-up. And now it looks like Valpo is going to have a little bit of a counterattack. They're struggling to find much purchase on the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, unfortunate that Valpo had that big opportunity. You got SIUC awkward in front of their net. One player back, wide open net, ball sitting on the players. No, it's a great chance to challenge, and then there was no one there. Valpo taking a very, very wide rotation offensively with both of their back players. They need to find a way to settle that a little bit. And if you're going to have a wide rotation, it has to be one player at a time so you can maintain pressure and take advantage of those opportunities as they open up.
But in this case, they're not quite able to just find the angles. They're stalling a lot right outside of the shooting lane, and that's going to be really rough. Master Seb getting a miracle save off a Nerve, but Matt M still trying to continue this pressure. Dishes it down to Colrox, though. Colrox looks for the clear, not able to get it out in front. Instead, Seb has to get another clear on the goal line. Seb continuing to chase it through the corner, out to Nerve. Nerve still looking for the pressure, going to steal the boost on that one, up the wall, sends it towards center. Matt M is up for it, and off the backboard. Not quite enough. Finally, a break for VU as we still stay at 0-0.
Ooh, Southern Illinois absolutely crushing attack there. Did an excellent job of getting those follow-up opportunities. They just couldn't find that last little touch on net. A combination of defensive prowess and a little bit of struggle on the side of shot accuracy prevents Southern Illinois from taking advantage of it. Now Nerve upfield passes this out to Matt M, who tries to get the dunk on Master Seb, but doesn't find it. That one safely out to the corner. Like I was saying, Southern Illinois, great attack. I'd like to see them add a little bit of physicality into that attack to disrupt that defensive standard and find a little bit better shot accuracy, and that one goes home.
But at the same time, if they want to get that out there, they need to get it downfield first, and Nerv is trying to do that, but Master Seb breaking this one up. Valpo has had success in kind of choking it out on the midfield, but once they're in their defensive territory, they're struggling to find a clear. Might just be an little bit opportunity, though. Obliviex sends that booming off the backboard. Chumpy there to receive and send it back. Colrox keeping it in position. Valpo looking for anything. There's the physicality, but not anyone there to chase it down. Chumpy out of the corner, up to Obliviex. Sends it back to Colrox into enemy territory once more. It's just a lot of that deep shooting, big clears, and heavy hits, trying to just get a little bit of space to breathe and get your own boost.
And neither team has, both teams, I should say, make this positive. Let's talk positive. Both teams have found a way to get offensive rotations established, get a sustained attack down on net. Valpo's longest attack, 22 seconds, and SIUC's longest attack, just shy of 37 seconds. But neither team finding a way to really open up the net and take advantage of it. It's a little bit wide on the rotations, a little bit low on the aggression. I'd like to see them, again, step up both of those things to really try to squeeze this one home, especially as we get to the end of regulation here. You can't win if you don't score. And as exciting as watching a lot of Rocket League is, in infinite overtime, because neither team's willing to commit forward, is not going to be a great way to spend the rest of the evening.
Now, I can watch it for a very long time, but eventually we've got to find something to eat at the end of the night. However, it's not going to be so far. We're going to move into that overtime, and off of a lot of early challenges and defensive acumen, both these teams are struggling to find anything they can get in terms of offensive pressure, in terms of closing it out at least. Chumpy dishing this one up to Nerv. Master Seb already in the air to intercept, up to Obliviex. They're reading their passes so quick, and this time Seb gets the shot on net, but Matt saving that one barely. Nerv chasing it down now. Rotation coming back. Obliviex there to pick it up and send it away for Valpo. Now back in Valpo territory. They got to find a way to clear this one away. Master Seb is up fast, making these quick jumps, trying to get the offense down. They're starting to commit a little bit more on Valpo, but is it going to be enough? Matt M beats out Colrox, but Obliviex is there to save it. Nerv up on the sidewall, trying to stretch the defense a little bit, force Valpo to move too quickly back into their own territory, but not able to find the back of the net still. Matt M dishing that one in field, in space, and the clear comes in for Valpo once more. They're finding all of this room when there shouldn't be any. They're making a great situation out of no situation, and Valpo still standing tall as they're finally looking to move into a counterattack.
And you can see both sides of the ball. They both like these very, very wide rotations offensively. And to the credit, the midfield game has been excellent. I really like to see that midfield game as it develops, as both teams try to be quick and aggressive in those midfield challenges, get good midfield contain, but then they're not allowing themselves to come up and put that final pressure needed on the net.
Pressure coming out in the net here, though. Matt M with the carry off the sidewall, just dunking that one in out of the transition. I guess that's how they're going to score it if they're keeping these transitions, these rotations so loose.
Well, we finally see Southern Illinois take game number one deep into overtime. It's a good start for both of these teams, despite a little bit lacking on the offensive side. For this much overtime, to only see 5 shots out of Southern Illinois and 7 out of Valpo, I'm a little disappointed with the number of shots on net. I'd like to see that tuned up a little bit. Let's go over real quick. I'm going to go to the demo map because it's going to be the cleanest map to talk about. You're seeing as teams attack. Let's talk about, for example, a Southern Illinois attack here. They'll send one player up, but then you could see the other 2 players rotating all the way back out here. Really need to see was one player attacks, have another player support over here, and then you can have that other player rotating wide. See, a lot of teams like to come up like this maybe a little bit, and it's a little aggressive. You run the risk of getting beat over the backside, but you need to have 2 players attack in the box.
Right. And at that point, though, it does feel like there's a lot of conservativeness, maybe a little bit of like that solo queue mentality where it is, we want to try and make our own plays. We want to try and minimize risk, but you don't really get a whole lot of reward when you're playing in that. That's a twos mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. This is 3v3. You need to be committing to some of these plays. Yeah, you can't commit your full team because you're going to get burned. The other team has 3 players as well. They're just going to send it back the other way over the top after you all 3 commit down on that. But again, for me, the biggest thing that I need to see is both teams get more aggressive. Sure, have a player rotate out to midfield. It allows you to pick up those midfield big boosts. It allows you to be a little bit more conservative and less likely to get burned on a transition. That's great. That's a good way to play. You can be more aggressive with that excess boost and stuff. You just have to be using it to be aggressive.
As we move into this game, maybe it's just kind of something that was a relic of when we saw them playing so close to the center in front of both nets early in the game, but now maybe we get a little more aggression, maybe a little more adaptation here. Obliviex already sending that out. Big center off the redirect, but not going to be worth a goal yet. Obliviex has to take this one out of his own territory now, as SIUC did manage to clear it. Big clear from Matt M. Looking for a little bit of a catch there, but not able to come away with it. Nerve intercepting, sends it out to VU's territory, but not getting a whole lot more pressure here. Jakers over top. That's a new rotation, new player in for SIUC now. Jakers. Who are they replacing?
They are replacing. Who are they replacing? I don't know. My brain doesn't work like that. Don't hate me, please. But
okay.
I do want to point out, you can see them as Jaker. They're replacing. No, Nerve is still in here as they were rotating in to make that challenge that let their name be known to us. Is they were coming from midfield. They left the ground early, used a lot of boost, got there, did win the 50, but they had to dive in from their own half. And even here, you could see two SIUC players deep back in their own half, even as the ball is on the offense.
Lars, I remember who it was. I finally got it. It was Chumpy. Yeah, our man Chumpy. That's who Jakers is in for right now. But now they're trying to see if that change in the roster is going to work out for them. Nerve taking the 50-50. Nerve trying to keep this one going as well. Not able to carry it, now out of boost. Obliviex going to pass this one infield. All the way across, continuing to chase. Very low on the tank, though. Not coming away with that one. Nerve crossing and screening out in front of the ball there. Jakers looking to send it downfield, but stuffed again. Valpo continuing their pressure. Obliviex is up for it, but Matt M does get the touch away. And now a lot of time for Southern Illinois.
Starting to see Valpo get a little bit more aggressive, but it's only a slight change. The other thing I'm noticing is we have fewer demos, even as Valpo picks one up right there, than we did in the previous game. Two things that we need to see more of is just speed and aggression. I hate to sound like a broken record, but these teams, they're doing decent on rotations. They're not double committing. The mechanics are fairly solid. The comms are pretty good. The decision-making generally is very good. They just don't have the aggression to make it work.
I think what we're seeing actually is a lot of the downfield pass preparation that they're using to try and spearhead an offense. So hello, Nerve trying to carry that one past Colrocks, getting it sent out to the corner. But they're using a lot of these downfield passes to try and turn it into an offense, but everyone's ready for that. They're kind of, it's not a one-trick pony that you can use to just have a man posted up behind lines. Oh, beautiful save there from Colrocks, stretching just to knock that one off target. And now Valpo's just trying to get this counterattack out here. Maybe they're going to put a few more people on offense, get a little more aggressive with it. Again, keeping that 1-2 setup. Colrocks coming in, though, to break that up. Trying to find any way of centering that, and there you go! Master Seb picks up the rebound. Gets the opening goal here in Game 2.
I mean, I hate to say I told you so, but let's be honest. I don't hate to say I told you so that much. Look, two players attacking the top of the box, well positioned. I know when I drew it on the map earlier, I had them opposite sides of the net. There's a time and a place. Sometimes you got to stack that near post, just like you saw Valpo do there. They do an excellent job of finding the positioning, making the reads, bringing the pressure down on Southern Illinois, and finding their first goal of the matchup.
All right, looking to keep this momentum going, though. Valpo takes Obliviex off the sidewall, lofts it in. Easy save for Jakers, but now the defense is stretched, playing off their own back wall. Nerve with an incredible double touch there on the flip. Going to take this one now. Looking for a little bit of fancy room, but they don't have anything out there. And now Valpo puts it in front of the net, just barely off the backboard. Colrocks trying to continue this one up the sidewall, pass infield, but that is picked up by Jakers and the rest of Southern Illinois as they look for the redirect, not able to get that on target. So close, nasty angles here out of Southern Illinois. But, ooh, nice shot off the sidewall. A lot of juice there from Obliviex. Saved by Matt M. And it looks like Southern Illinois is just trying to get out of their own territory, and it's not going to come out that way instead. Master Seb picking that one off of a free ball in front of the net.
Oh, look at this. You've got all of Southern Illinois out in that corner. It puts them all diving back across the net. That is a triple commit that needed to be punished, and Valpo delivers. The other thing I want to point out here is in game number 1, in 7-8 minutes of Rocket League, Valpo had 7 shots on net. They're up to 8 with 45 seconds to go. You can see they've turned up that aggression. They've gotten up in the face of Southern Illinois, and like I said, it's starting to pay dividends.
Well, Lars, you know, sometimes the teams just got to listen to you if they want to win. I know I got to listen to you if we want to have a good cast. But I hate to admit it, Obliviex pummeling that one through right off of the defender, trying to stand tall in front of it, but instead Nerve just getting bulldozed in front of the net.
Oh, wow. Colrox with the playmaker medal has been the setup master out here, only putting 1 shot on net. And I think it was more just pass off near the post than it was shot in and of itself. But they've done such an excellent job of getting that ball in front of the net. And to the credit of Master Seb and Obliviex, coming upfield and taking advantage of it as Colrox hands them these golden opportunities.
Colrox going to once again try and set that up off the corner. You don't even need this goal. We're down to the wire, but they're going to try and take it anyways. Saved by SIUC, but that's only the moral victory as Valpo putting up a decisive showing on game 2.
If we see more of this for the rest of this series, Valpo walks away with a relatively easy victory. Now, I know Southern Illinois isn't too concerned right now because, hey, they're already in playoffs. Whatever. They're just looking for that goal differential so that they can get themselves a little bit better seeding. Maybe they get good enough seeding, they'll find Valpo again pretty soon here. But Valpo knows what's on the line. They've ticked up the aggression. It's exactly what we asked for. And from here on out, I mean, I can ask for little things here and there. We only saw 2 demos out of Valpo and 1 out of Southern Illinois. I'd like to see some more of that. I'd like to see some more physicality. But Valpo has done an excellent job of managing conservative versus aggressive. They have continued to have one player rotate out to midfield, which, like I said, that's fine as long as you use that to be aggressive with that extra space and that extra boost that you collect by using more of the field. And all 3 goals came from stacking 2 players inside the top of the box. They're very aggressive upfield. It's a little bit risky because you only have 1 player back if that goes the other way, but they have made it work. It's been beautiful to see. And it's got Southern Illinois scrambling.
That's the big thing that I'm seeing is Southern Illinois is starting to break down a little bit. The game plan that they had in game 1 is just not working for them anymore. And I would actually be a little bit concerned if I was their coach, not one of the players as their coach, seeing them start to lose their composure against a team that was 2-5 in the regular season. That's a little bit concerning as you move into playoff season.
Well, part of the issue here is in game number 1, they had all of the space in the world to play with these super wide rotations. And Valpo said, nope, you don't get that anymore. You don't have any space to play with. And Southern Illinois just didn't have an answer. Now, as we get game number 3 underway, do they find a way in the intermission to settle down and say, hey, we saw what happened, let's get it back? Or does Valpo continue to find success on this more aggressive strategy?
Well, Obliviex with that Joker boost, trying to change that. Colrox gets that out from in front of the net. A little pinch there from Jakers, setting it up, but Nerve is not able to find the angle to move it towards the net. Instead, taking off the sidewall, diving in with that one. A little bit of air dribble action as Matt M demolishes the goalkeeper, but that's not on target just yet. Valpo sending this one all the way downfield, trying to chase Obliviex in position, ready to make some bump plays if he can, but instead, everyone doing a good job of dodging that one out. Master Seb looking for a tip. Matt M is in position, sends it to the corner, and Master Seb going to leave some space as Obliviex goes up for it instead. Once again, back onto the side of Valpo, and a shot from Matt M, just barely ripping off the crossbar and sent away. What a heartbreaker if you're an SIUC fan.
What a beautiful pass from Valpo. Recognition, back pass, threading the needle between two back retreating players. That's gorgeous. The one thing I do want to point out here, a couple of things actually. Southern Illinois hasn't scored since overtime of game number 1. They need to find a way to open this up. But the corollary to that is that great opportunity we just saw. Yeah, they didn't find a way to actually put it in, even though it was a fairly wide open net. They had a lot of pressure, not a lot of time to make a play happen. I get it. I've done it a million times myself. But it came on the back of a very aggressive offensive rotation. Just like they saw Valpo do in game number 2, we saw 2 SIUC players up near the top of the box, pressuring down on Valpo, who's trying to do the same, gets all 3 players involved. Oblivix from the midfield dives and cleans this one up.
That's just what I was going to say. It's a matter of, okay, 1 wasn't enough, 2's not enough. All right, bring the entire cadre. We're going to go on a shooting spree as they finally get their first goal. Or no, I'm sorry, that's Valpo. I thought that was SIUC. Valpo continuing their aggression.
5 unanswered now for Valpo, about to be 6.
Whoa!
No, the save off the crossbar by Matt, and pressure continues out of Valpo. This one hammering through on that crossbar. Oh my goodness, someone get out there with a hammer and bang that thing back straight, because Valpo has been punishing.
Valpo absolutely crushing the net. The problem is there is a steel gate in front of it that is the SIUC defense. Now they're finally moving downfield. Jakers gets it around, just a little tippy tap, and breaks this as the equalizer comes in.
Our first transition goal of the night. Oblivix is in a bad spot to make a 1v1 challenge there. They have to make a commitment. They have to get down. They could have positioned a little bit more net side, and that would have given them a wider angle to defend from as SIUC puts that last shot, that last touch towards the net. But we have a game on our hands just past halfway, 1-1. Both these teams have ticked up the aggression. They have cracked the code more or less on how to get this one done. Now it's just going to come down to who can execute that much more consistently.
Consistency has been the name of the game for Valpo since game 2 started, but Colrocks has to be the one back. Gets it out of their own territory, at least a little bit of friendly fire. Oblivix sending that across, looking for Colrocks. 50-50 doing a great job here of keeping the pressure up for Valpo. Oblivix in front of the net. A really tough one to pick up, but Jakers is there for it. And SIUC on the aggression, pass down towards Nerve. Broken up by Colrocks. This time Matt M's got to be the one who is the hero. Air dribble past 1. Pass out to Nerve and looking for Master Seb. Master Seb does stand tall for Valpo. A little bit of a ground pinch there as well off the roll. And, oh no, whiff, but Colrocks is there, expecting that one. However, you cannot stand for long. Matt M finds the extra touch to put that one in.
Oof, Colrocks. That's a good patience out of Colrocks to stay home on that one, allow their teammate to go up for it. That's something that, again, I've really liked out of both these teams. Neither team has been bad about double commits or going up too early or not having that patience to stay home. The comms have been excellent. Unfortunately, if you allow a team to continue to hammer away at the net, like we've seen Valpo find success, and now we've seen Southern Illinois find success, then that is going to cause troubles going forward.
Southern Illinois really needs this, and they are statistically the stronger team, but at the same time, their consistency in offense has been a little bit lacking in this match so far. So getting the chance to score a big infighting goal when you've just got the net crowded is really important for their confidence. Madam diving across the net there to save. Nerve looking to chase this one, but Valpo is on the aggression, choking them out of the midfield, almost with the angle out of the corner. And the choke has finally let up. Colrocks hits a big clear downfield back into the corner of Southern Illinois. And there is nobody from Valpo to pick that up. Just a little bit of a touch to keep that away from an open shot. Jakers tapping it around 1. Master Seb is still there. Oblivix on the transition here. A little bit of bump play in the net as well. Not enough because there's no shooter there for Valpo. Continuing this one out though. I mean, this is just... The contain is finally breaking. Valpo's pressure, it's not capitalizing.
Yeah, Valpo, they've got some of the answer, but not enough of it. And right now, it's very critical for them to pick up some wins. And we will talk about why in just a second here. First, 0 seconds on the clock. Maybe one last opportunity for Valpo to put a shot on and force the overtime. Not looking good as Nerve sends this one back down the other way. And that one is SIUC going up 2-1 in the series. Now, why it's so important for Valpo to win here, as if it wasn't already obvious, if we haven't already stretched that Valpo needs a victory to make playoffs. If they lose here, they are out of contention, period, 100%. That is the end of story. But now, if they win, they are guaranteed a playoff spot. We do have the news, you may have seen it in chat already, that ECU Purple lost their matchup. So if Valpo can eke out a couple of wins here against SIUC before Southern Illinois closes the door on them, then they find themselves in playoffs, guaranteed.
But they've got to take 2 straight, and this is not a point where you want to be in any series. You're down 1 game. You're there on match point on a 5-2 team. This is the number 4 team in this division, which is extremely competitive. Every team here has been putting in some serious money.
Yeah, I think something to point out real quick. Let's go to, that's the wrong map. Let's go to this map real quick before the players hop in the lobby here. So we see, look at this demo right here on the goal line. That's what we need to see out of Valpo. Now, they did pick up 1 back down here that looks like a trade in front of this goal line, but you could see they're stacking 3 players across this goal line. That's why it's so difficult for Valpo to find a goal. We need to see a lot more blue developing right here in front of the net to really sweep out and clear that net.
Now, I did see Valpo trying to make some of the bump plays on offense, but it just didn't capitalize and have the shooter already there. So maybe it comes down to having the right timing on that as well. But here off the kickoff, Colrocks almost finding that one. Nerve diving in for the save. They're still looking for the redirect from Colrocks. Oh, just barely off target. Obliviex charging in. Clear down pass, though. Madam looking for an extra touch, not able to find it. Nerve gets it around the defender. Major scramble on the side of Valpo right now, looking for any touch to get this clean. Nerve gets it around 1, but Master Seb is there, and finally the clear starts. This is a continued scramble as they flick over top and in the upper 90 with Obliviex crushing the defender.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot, and that's not something we've seen a lot of here. Not from a lack of skill from the players, but something that's been happening a lot in this series is the midfield challenges, which is excellent to see, but it precludes these kind of breakaway plays because you don't allow players time to set that up. You can see Matt M look for that midfield challenge, get beat by Obliviex, and it leaves that last defender alone in net on a shooter with an active control of the ball, and it puts them in such a dangerous position. I am not shocked at all Obliviex finds a way to put that one home.
No, that was pretty textbook play once you get the setup. The hard part is getting the setup there when you've got all of these players looking to outride you, looking to bump you, looking to break up your plays. Here, Colrocks could get the same kind of one-on-one, but again, they're going to challenge early. He's got to hit it hard. He can't get control. The Nerve instead is going to send this one all the way downfield, and now you're dealing with a situation where just a lot of big clears, not able to take a whole lot of space in front of you. You've got to put pressure on the opponent when they try and take this space like Madam's doing here. Pinch out in front of the net, but all the way across. SIUC losing control here. They have to send it back all the way to Matt M, and Matt M getting pressured on defense. They don't have a shot off of that one, though. Colrocks continuing to hold the line. Obliviex up. Looking for one more. Master Seb into the corner. No shooting angles are open, though, and that play is closed out by Nerve.
Oh, that's such a shame for Valpo. 3-on-1, and then just the little bit of a whiff shuts down that entire scoring opportunity. I would have liked to see them slow it down a little bit and maybe send one of those excess players in for a bump play on that final defender. But well set by Matt M to put themselves in a position to induce a little bit of a panic in a numerically advantaged opponent. As now we see SIUC trying to close this series in 4, but struggling to crack this Valpo defense right now.
Valpo's really playing this so quick. The entire game does feel like just an enormous scramble. The pace of play has stepped up. Master Seb looking for that redirect and not able to find it just yet. Colrocks sending it out over center. Obliviex is chasing that. There's no shot opportunity, but the extra touch does keep that pressure up. So now the bump play across, and Colrocks there to pick it up. Beautiful play. That's the aggression we need to see.
Textbook by Master Seb here. They get a little bit awkward on the ball. They don't put themselves in a great position. They notice that 2 of the defenders have come to near post and the last one center net, and they rotate through the front of the net. They make themselves a presence. I'm not sure that they got contact, but even just being there and threatening that presence by making a fast rotation through the front of the net in a textbook setup out of Master Seb allows that final player to come in and just push that one home.
Valpo taking a pretty solid lead here, but again, there's 2 minutes remaining. Lot of time for anything to happen in this game, and Matt M is determined to make a lot of things happen as he continues to try and set this up in midfield in front of the net. Jakers might have an opportunity, but challenged early by Obliviex. Not able to get the angle he's looking for. Broken up and sent over top. This is a really good angle for Jakers. He's going to pummel that one in with no defenders home.
I saw this one developing. There was just an awkward moment here where you could see the net just open up and Jakers already in the air, the ball floating across the front. And then the obvious conclusion is Valpo finds themselves in a rare awkward rotation to open it up. Now, with only a 1-goal lead, you know what I like to say, 2 is 1, 1 is none. It's great to be in the lead, but that 1 goal can evaporate so quickly as Jakers looks to do it here. Not enough boost to get back up. And it will be Nerve to put the final shot on, but it's straight at the goalie, and they won't find a success just yet.
Jakers continuing this pressure without any boost. They really value their position on the field on SIUC. They're not able to come away with this just yet. Ooh, uncharacteristic miss. They're going to just let that one drift in. That's an awkward angle where you put the ball on net. Even at this tier, sometimes it just goes in.
Master Seb doesn't have that look off, and Obliviex left in just such an awkward position. They're not able to get back to there. There's also a demo down in the corner to make that much more awkward. That's why it's so critical to not just get the midfield demos, but to get them when an established rotation is set up, because at that point, your opponent is expecting their teammates to be available, and when they're not, everything falls apart.
At this point,
Oh,
even
wow.
without your teammates being available, Matt M is going to get the opportunity of sending this one on in, but let's not ignore the set there out of Jakers, tipping that one up at a remarkable angle to set up Matt M there.
Things have gone wrong very quickly here for Valpo, and now we find out what Valpo is made of mentally. This is where games or championships are won or lost. It's on that mental game between these players. Now, maybe 50 seconds from the end of their season, does Valpo have what it takes to settle down, fix these rotational issues we've been seeing, and find a way to make the comeback? So far, not looking good with that double commit at midfield.
You said, Lars, 2 is 1 and 1 is none, but in this case, none might be just enough for Valpo to be in trouble, trying to take the shot off of that, not able to find the angle, looking to get any touch they can. Colrock's driving it in, looking for the front play as well, but no, saved at the last second. Obliviex continuing on in this one. This is a dead chase now, all in play. They need to get this goal for Valpo or the season is over. Nerf popping it high, sending it out past the defense all the way into Valpo territory. Only time for 1 or 2 more plays, but no, Jakers tries to set it on target. Blocked out. Colrox sends it inside with the demo. Is anyone there? No! It's going to stay grounded. SIUC take the match and eliminate Valpo from contention for playoffs.
That is very unfortunate for Valpo here. They put themselves in a great position. They had the lead. It was getting to late in the game, but it wasn't enough of a lead, and obviously things fell apart very quickly. A valiant effort at the end, especially that last opportunity set up the play down the field, the demo to open up the net, but the rest of Valpo just couldn't rotate quite as fast as that final attacker. I believe it was Master Seb, and they don't find a way to take advantage of it, force the overtime, and stay alive here in this season. So unfortunately, that's going to be GG's to Valpo, as they will not be making playoffs. SIUC moves up just a little bit when it comes to seeding. Congratulations to them for finishing the season on a high note. But yeah, if any last thoughts out of stage, I think there's some notes here about Aquinas and some relative information there. If you want to go ahead and give a little bit of fill in there before we go to our break.
So going all the way back to the set prior, yeah, we had Aquinas before who did take a 3-0, and Randolph Macon, one of their gatekeepers into playoffs, did lose their match 0-3. So I'm pulling up my notes right now, making sure I've got the most up-to-date information for you, but it looks like that is enough to clinch playoffs for Aquinas White. So those of you who are still fans of them, who stuck around after the break, the stars have aligned. Miracles do happen. Playoffs secured unless King University has to have a loss or a 3-2. That's the only situation in which Aquinas is not cinched. So there's still opportunity, but it's looking a lot better for them.
Well, that is interesting. That it's something that's always so exciting to see. We when we start these seasons, you never know how it's going to play out, and you always wonder you're going to get down to the end, and you're not going to have any of this intrigue or special circumstances where it's down to the wire. What's going to happen? And yet somehow we always end up in that scramble of will they, won't they? What's going to happen when it comes down to these intricate little stats scenarios? But that is not the case with our next matchup. Staying in Challengers White, we've got the Fanshawe Falcons versus North Central Red with a record of 7-0 and 0-7 respectively, both firmly decided for their playoff odds. It's going to be coming up right after this break. We'll be right back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to NECC Esports for our season, for our week 9. I don't know how to words. I'm off to a great start here. Our week 9, final week of the season. Did I mess up our week as well? Whatever. It's the final. It's week 8. It's the final week of the season, and we are going through some matches with playoff implications, some without, like this one. It is going to be, I tabbed over, Fanshawe versus North Central College with a record of 7-0, 0-7, respectively. My name is Lars New. Joining me here in the casting booth is the one, the only, the man with the golden voice, Foof. Thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams.
Dreams. I dream for a really good series here because, you see the scoregami there, a 7-0 team playing against an 0-7. It's always going to be an uphill battle. The thing is, Lars, this one does not have playoff implications for both teams, but if something happens and North Central College can pull off a very monumental upset, that could possibly shift some seeding around, possibly knock down the Falcons to a second seed.
Possibly, but that is the longest odds for the lowest playoff implications. But there is a chance. And who wouldn't love to see North Central come out here and upset Fanshawe's perfect season? That would be absolutely incredible. And for that reason, I'm going to root for North Central College. I know casters have to be impartial and yada, yada, yada. I think it'd be a lot of fun to see North Central upset Fanshawe. We've got our players on the field, 5 minutes on the clock. Fanshawe represented in the blue by Boxes, Dungeon, and Sustain, and North Central in the orange with Jurthic, Subs, and the Googs. And I'm realizing now that those are not the colors on stream.
Those are not. You have the light blue and the light yellow, but Dungeon trying to find something there for Fanshawe. The Falcons just posturing around, both teams trading possessions early. As a double commit comes out from the Falcons, Dungeon peels off, trying to find Sustain. Sustain with a long shot here. Googs has to find that save and does just that. But the attack, it's still on. Sustain once again, denied there by Subs. But Boxes won't be denied. The offense was on, and that time on target.
Oof, if you're going to allow Fanshawe to set up in your end and just go ahead and get comfortable, this is going to be the inevitable result. But a couple of good defensive stops there out of North Central, doing a good job getting that ball away from the shooting lane, putting it out to the corners, getting it off of that dangerous positioning. It's just Fanshawe does such an excellent job to return it right back in.
Well, you don't even have to return it because it was already there. Dungeon wins the kickoff, stays on top of it, and just slots it into the bottom right corner. And this is a really good display of why this team is undefeated so far in the season.
Yeah, this is a rough start for North Central, now finding themselves down by 2, less than 40 seconds in, and haven't really spent any significant amount of time on offense. As soon as that ball is found on top of a Fanshawe car, Fanshawe has done an excellent job of retaining control. A little bit of a panic touch. It ends up as a pass and a shot on net, but it's just wide, and Fanshawe doesn't have to show any defensive prowess just yet. Woo! There's a big bump at the midfield and a demo to boot. The physicality is beautiful.
Lars, they knew you were watching, so they just wanted to get the smile on your face early. As that's a double whiff coming through. Sustain had a good fake, but the ball is still on the Falcons' half. Right now, NCCC Red trying to find something here. Googs is up, a shot is on, but there are 2 defenders ready and waiting in that net. So the Falcons standing tall on the defensive inner, trying to find some offensive pressure once again.
Spent so much time on the offensive end. I'm a little sad. The Eye of Newt has failed me. It's broken. It's been in need of an overhaul for a while, and I've been too lazy to do it. But I would love to know just how much time has been spent with Fanshawe on offense. I think we could go ahead and take a stab. It's probably around 80% of this game. Probably a pretty safe bet as Dungeon tries to throw one on an awkward angle, and Sustain reads the defense like a book, is able to touch that one down and prevent an immediate return. Now an opportunity, looking for that demo to clear it out, and they'll find an answer. Cuts that lead in half, NCC.
I'll be honest, I saw 3 yellow cars pushing up and only a single blue car back there. Dungeon kind of caught in no man's land, gets demoed for his troubles, and with all those cars up there, somebody has to score. And so biting into this lead is NCC Red. Can they find another one and possibly equalize this one? That's the one I want to know.
You say has to score, and I think you can take that a couple different ways. Has to, like, oh, it's the inevitability, but also has to because if they don't, you know Fanshawe is going to turn that around and punish it. So they went full commit, and they reap the benefits of doing so. Now, here we got all Fanshawe in that corner, but they recover so quickly to get back and play defense.
A very good 50 there coming out from Dungeon. Sustain trying to find a shot. No, he's trying to set up Dungeon. A lot of passing plays coming out. Now it's a self-setup from Boxes to set up Sustain, but there are 3 defenders there. Googs, excuse me, I almost said Goose, getting credited for the Savior medal. Sustains up once again. The shot is on. Googs can't get there this time. High, Mom, and high to the back of the goal.
Oh boy, this is such a bad place for Googs to find themselves in. Through no fault of their own, they went to the proper position, they rotate back net, but when that ball is centered in the slot and an attacker has the entire net to shoot at, and you have to just wait or guess, it's effectively dead to rights. There's not really anything you can do except for pray that either the attacker screws up or you just guess right at where that ball is going.
It really is just kind of hope and pray as another 50 comes out from Sustain. And that's something the Falcons have done so well is they control the ball at midfield. They just have really confident touches and just make it work no matter where the ball is on the pitch. Another 50 coming out. This time Googs standing tall and trying to kickstart something here for Red. Dungeon, though, answers, and it just immediately shuts down the offense that they had.
Subs trying to bring that pressure upfield, and you can see NCC is making some very wide rotations. They're a little afraid to get beat in a transition here as Jerthick is all the way back. And that wide rotation paying off there, but not for long. Dungeon finds the position on the back corner.
The issue with that wide rotation is how far Jerthick is away from their teammates. So that save only being a save and not a clear means they are the last bastion, not once, but twice there, Lars. And so once again, a goal goes in, and it is now 4-1 here for the Falcons.
Well, sub 90 seconds. You know what I say about the magic 90-second mark, but this isn't the most unpredictable position we find ourselves in as just Dungeon and Sustain. Is it Dunstein? Goes up for that one. Oh, there's Subs looking to tuck that one away on the near corner and pinch it off to send it away, but it will find its way across as it finds the post instead. And I said find about 8 million times now. Googs tries to put one on. Good flick over top for the setup, but Dungeon and Boxes up quickly this time. Fanshawe a little bit double committee, but they are very quick and they're not getting punished for it.
But Lars, double the commit, double the fun, right? I thought that was the old mantra, and then double the fun means double the goals, possibly double the wins. But they're just looking to really kill all of the time and just control it like they have most of the game. But they don't have to score. They're just literally just trying to say, come 50S, let's keep pushing the ball around and keep it away from these guys so we can't allow any shots and any goals and opportunities of coming back into this game. 30 seconds left, and once again, just very slow and methodical play coming out from the Falcons as they milk this clock for all it's worth.
They're really trying to play the control game. You know, the double commit reminds me of an old joke I heard at Boy Scout camp years and years ago. I don't remember the joke, but the whole punchline was double. It was. It
reminds me of the stoplight. I don't know the stoplight, but I know the colors. What was the punchline, Lars? I'm sorry.
I doubt I hate you, Poop. Oh, I tried to relate and to bring some levity to the scenario, but I guess we found levity as it was. It's just at my own expense. Thank you.
Love you, Lars. I love you, Lars.
Oh man.
Well, Fanshawe with a fantastic showing there in game number 1, and it was a 5-1 showing for them. And I mean, let's be honest, they had a ton of pressure. What is that? 12 shots coming off for them compared to the 6 on Northern Central's College. So you just got to find the offensive opportunities. And when they had those, they took full advantage of it. And it wasn't only one opportunity, Lars. They just kept the pressure on and kept shooting.
Oh, the big difference here between Fanshawe and NCC was control. Fanshawe just controlled the ball, controlled the pitch, controlled the pace. When you have that level of control, you control the game. You get to effectively choose the score line at the end. Now, I think NCC upset that a little bit by throwing one on themselves and showing that Fanshawe is not invincible, as Fanshawe doesn't have a perfect game record despite the perfect series record. But at the end of the day, with that level of control and that ability to just pass the ball off from player to player, Chernik able to touch that one away. And you effectively are guaranteed a win. And Fanshawe, unless they can be upset by NCC and NCC finds a way to take that away, will continue to control this matchup.
I'll say, I don't know, that first opportunity, Sustain was looking for a demo on the goal line, and there was no one there. Just really kind of scouring for anyone to touch, and so the ball rockets back out, but the pressure is still on here from the Falcons as North Central College trying to find some more subs, has it on top of that Finnick, but there he is, no longer meant for this world. A 3-second timer to wait to spawn back in as Boxes and company just kind of killing cars and I guess killing time.
38.5 seconds, that first attack out of Fanshawe.
Oh.
They just controlled up and down. Now here's an opportunity. Dungeon with a great pass down. Sustain doesn't get there because Subs stands tall on the goal line and keeps it clear. But what a fantastic pass out of Dungeon and a defensive effort for the ages out of NCC here.
Well, another touch coming through his boxes, just waiting patiently, just on the outside of the box, letting all of it come to him, including the ball. And once again, Fanshawe back out in front by goal.
I can't win. I praise NCC and their genuinely very impressive defensive stand on a couple of beautiful setups and shots out of Fanshawe. And then a double whiff on the goal line allows Fanshawe to punish and punish hard. That's not going to be a miss there for Fanshawe. And there's another Sustain. Alex. That's some BM. Oh my goodness. Sustain had the chance to just slap it home and take an easy one. Elects to go for the fake instead. Oh my goodness.
Well, you know, that's one that you never feel good about, but Sustain doing the right thing, making sure they get the 100% play, taking advantage of the overzealous defense, and now it is a 2-goal lead here for the Falcons. And I'll be honest, they are not getting off the gas. Sustain on it once again, trying to go for another one this time, but this time the defense does not commit too heavily.
You know what happens here is Fanshawe just breaks the eye of Newt. They once again shut it down. Last stat recorded 75% of this game with Fanshawe on offense, and I think it just goes up from there as they have established an offensive rotation, and NCC find themselves in the position of just trying to battle off the back foot, finally getting this clear, and a demo from Gooch opens up an opportunity. A little bit of the Matrix coming out here. Don't tell Neo, but apparently they're out here on the field.
That was a really good opportunity. Near post was wide open. They just could not find the touch. That Finnick just a bit unruly. As I like the infield pass, Googs stepping up to intercept it. So a lot of really consistent play coming out from NCC, but it's just all pressure all the time, using the stall with the tires to get fancy there. Sustain stopped by Googs once again. So the ball back on this blue half, but if it stays the trend, it's not going to be here long.
Definitely seeing NCC take advantage of these wide rotations of Fanshawe. Fanshaw's got a little loose with it, and NCC fills in the gaps, cuts it back down to 1 goal.
Well, this is exactly what they did last game, but now they need to find another one immediately after Lars, not allow the door to swing open. So this kickoff, I think, is going to be crucial for them to get some control and possibly find some really good positioning here.
Just past halfway, and we're seeing another attack out of NCC with the demo, but Jerthik turns the wrong way, and it goes all the way back down, 3-1 in favor of Fanshawe.
It was there, Lars. They had to set up the 2-on-2, the guy going for the bump on goalie. The shot just a little bit too hard, and it just throws it off the backboard, and it's a quick transition back the other way.
Well, unfortunately, this isn't the most surprising position to find ourselves in.
Nope.
But it is still a little sad. Again, I'd love to see NCC come out here and upset this Fanshawe team. And they've put up a great showing so far. We've got great looks. What they've done really well that is genuinely impressive is they've found gaps in Fanshawe. Where Fanshawe has decided, hey, we're going to get wide, we're going to get loose with this, we're going to try to use space. NCC has said, hey, look, we can see that space you have. We can see these passing lanes you're trying to set up, and we can use that to our own advantage. One big demo opens up the entire field and allows NCC to come back and get a goal of their own, fill in that space, forces Fanshawe to recalculate and say, okay, if we want to control this game, we have to settle down and sweat a little bit harder.
Well, it's about finding ways to beat your opponent right now. That seems to be their key, but they have not been able to key on it entirely. You saw a couple demos coming through, the bumps coming out. They just need a little bit more control on their end. And I'll be honest, they need to get boosts. They are starved constantly. Every time you see one of these orange cars, they're just low on boosts. As Gooks throwing a touch on, but Sustain just waits patiently for that one. This shot could be on, but Box is denying just that. Dungeon with that long clear, trying to find Box in transition. That's a soft touch off the backboard. Just waiting patiently past infield, but it's just a hair past Sustain.
Only 2 goals separate Fanshawe and NCC here in game number 2. The level of pressure evening out a little bit between these two teams. That's a great touch up field. And Dungeon, who's all the way back, should be in a position to play defense. Cut off by Sustain. Jerthick through the corner, 50 by Dungeon. Googs, good touch off the wall. It's down to Jerthick, who tries to get forward to get the doink, but also boxes waiting in midfield. Last few seconds on the clock. And Fanshawe looks to have returned to form and reclaimed control. Boxes picking up that pass back to Sustain, who goes up and will control this out to the corner. Just looking to slow this one down and let the clock tick off.
Well, it's still rule 0 as they're all keeping the ball in the air. Boxes can be denied there, as it bounces down. A 2-0 lead here for Fanshawe Falcons as they look to continue steamrolling ahead and try to finish this series as now it's match point.
Despite that game feeling a little bit more even, a little bit more balanced between these two teams, 16 shots on out of Fanshawe. 16 in regulation. That is an enormous number. That's going to be a tough one to overcome for any team. And now NCC is staring down the barrel of the end of their season. I mean, it was going to be the end of their season regardless. Unfortunately, there is no scenario where they find themselves in playoff contention. But it would be nice to see them pull another couple of games out of here, take this one to game 5, upset
Get it to game 5.
the undefeated upset the undefeated Fanshawe.
Yeah.
But Fanshawe looks just so good right now. That's going to be... It's gone, in my opinion, from Everest to K2, a much more difficult mountain to climb.
I got you. Well, the ball sits in the air, and Dungeon climbing a ladder. Denied there. I like the positioning from Googs. Just needs to be careful not getting stagnant on that backboard. But once again, the ball on this yellow half. Touching coming through, but Sustain can't get there. Googs bumped into his own corner. Has the boost, though, so it was not stolen. That Dominus trying to find some work here, but Boxes allowing his teammates to get back, allowing them to get boost, and denying that offensive pressure.
Good little bit of control. Excuse me. Wow. Good little bit of control play through the backfield by NCC there. Not afraid to slow it down and keep the ball close as they try to get it past. But Dungeon, speaking of keep him close to the ball, stays on that one to the last possible moment and just touches it over.
It's that self-pop, picks up the boost, and then just outpaces Jerthick to the ball. And that soft touch, using the bottom part of that nose to just stick it past the last two defenders. A beautiful read, better pacing, and a great finish.
Something else I'm noticing is Fanshawe has very consistently won kickoffs, but has also consistently not missed balls, but they missed that one. And Jerthick will get this one tied for the first time except for the 0-0 to start the games. We are tied between Fanshawe and NCC Red.
This has been their thing, Lars, is they answer well immediately after a goal, be it a kickoff or getting a goal off it, because it's usually been that second goal that opens up the door for NCC. But now they need to find something to start it again, because Fanshawe, once again, just posturing aggressively, playing smart subs, looking for a backboard pass, the ball rocketing away as Sustain tries to get there. Googs trying to go off the backboard here. He got Dungeon bumped. That could be an opportunity. Jerthick, though, can't sneak it past that stingy defense.
Good midfield challenges coming out of NCC right now. They're getting up in the face of Fanshawe, and that's going to be so critical. Fanshawe loves to show off their mechanical ability and their control. When they have space, they can do that in droves. Looking for that double fake. Sustain doesn't find it there, as that last defender has learned lessons. Googs off the side wall. Gets there to turn that one away. Just past 90 seconds gone, and we continue to be even between Fanshawe and NCC.
Up a nice pass there, trying to find someone in field, but it ends up being a cross instead. Boxes going off the back rider, Dungeon climbing ladder, no, backflipping instead. A little bit quick on the pull there Sustained turns here, gets demoed for his trouble, so it will be a changing of the guard, a changing of possessions, possibly a changing of the lead, Lars, as NCC off of the back of subs has its first lead of the series.
Off of physicality, big demos, big bumps, disrupts this heavy rotation out of Fanshawe, and NCC is in the lead with 3:04 on the clock.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's all they need to do right now. They're finding ways, be it demos, be it controls, just being really good 50s, as now another double comes through. That is 3 people in the air here for Fanshawe. And subs playing incredibly patient there. I would like to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of that third from NCC. But the ball still stagnating at the middle of the pitch. And here we are, just about 10 seconds before halftime. And it's a spot that NCC has not found themselves in often, as that demo's huge, but they won't get the goal off of it.
Wow, the
Oh my
physicality,
goodness.
Googs, double demo, now an opportunity for subs to take this one down. A little bit too slow on the draw, and the respawning Fanshawe players will get back to play defense. But everybody embracing the physicality. It's beautiful. I love to see it. And I have newts working, so we know for a fact that this is the most even game we've seen so far. Both teams repping 3 demos apiece. Both teams around 50% of offensive pressure, 52 and declining for Fanshawe, and 48 and climbing for NCC. They need to get this one clear and need to continue to put the screws to Fanshawe if they want to pick up this win in game number 3.
Well, that 50 was huge there from Googs. Googs getting the bump on both of them here. Needs to be careful not rotating ball side, but the ball is there. No third commit here, so Jurthik and company back out at midfield. Sustain going for a long shot. Boxes there, needs to find the redirect and doesn't. He puts out the post, but Sustain ready to answer and cleans it up. It's now a tie ball game at 2.
Oh man, I thought that maybe NCC could get back to this one after that couple of shots find themselves wide. Unfortunately, a little bit of confusion. I think they expected that second follow-up to for sure to go in the net, and when it didn't, they stopped for a second and said, wait a minute, this isn't where we thought this was gonna be, and in that time it took to recalculate. It allowed Fanshawe to come up and finish off on the third attempt towards the net. Now tied late in game number 3. Is this the end of NCC's season, or do we see one more game? Dungeon says no! We could continue to see some more gameplay here. Boxes collects on the wall, carries this one over top, and we met quickly by Googs. Jurthik's upfield, look for that redirect. No, they don't have it.
Oh my goodness, I love the positioning there. Jurthik got caught a little bit too far up, but is willing to make the risk again. He can't find the touch there, but I like the aggressiveness. Now Fanshawe wants to find one to seal it, seal this series and seal this win, but it's still deadlocked 2-2. Sustain with a pass to Dungeon, but Googs steps in front of it. That is all 3 orange cards looking for a play. Googs pass one, but can't get past a second. Just under, over half a minute left in this game, and we are just trading possessions, trading shots, and trading opportunities.
Boxes an awkward touch off the wall, cleaned up by Dungeon. Only one player back. Subs stands up to the task, buys some time for their teammates to get back, and now a commit forward from Fanshawe. Here's an opportunity as Googs gets the bump and not the ball. Jurthik slow plays. This one's towards the net. Dungeon is there in time. Barely. Subs tries to dunk that down. This one's off that back corner. Boxes back into said corner. Final few seconds on the clock. NCC's on the attack, and that one will touch the ground. Overtime in game number 3.
Overtime indeed. I was really worried. I didn't know what was going to happen there because, just some really crazy touches can find their way through. It's Sustain now on, but Jurthik standing up once again. Googs running straight behind him. Boxes has that long arcing clear, just pushing to the corner. Subs, that's your own goal. You need to be careful there, but Googs ready to clear it. So 15 seconds in halftime, and the physicality has not slowed down. I'll be honest, I think it's picked up because Fanshawe knows.
Oh, there it is! Oh, no!
Tries to steal it. They can't do it. So here we are, still 2-2. Googs just pressing on that Fanshawe player, but cannot find the demo.
Oh man, that was Jurthik needed a touch. That was wide of the net off that shot, and unfortunately for NCC, Dungeon was able to read it. I thought that was a sure thing. Now Boxes tries to put one on. and gets cleared away. Unfortunately, Jurthik finds themselves backwards to the ball and can't follow through. Good touch upfield. Googs returns it back the other way. We've seen a lot of back-checking demos out of Fanshawe, and that's been critical in breaking up offensive opportunities for NCC. But despite that, NCC continues to find a way to get the ball downfield and threaten Fanshawe's net. Here's another opportunity. Cut off by boxes. Googs will demo, and subs will meet at the midfield to at least slow things down.
Well, the 50's on, and we were about a minute and a half deep. Dungeon looking for a backboard touch, but he can't get the second. Sustain now on the side while he's passing it down. Dungeon was that second player. They thought boxes could have a shot, but that demo comes through. Now subs putting a shot on 2 players there. I mean, that saves comes through. Jurthik pushing up side while you're trying to find Googs. Googs can't get to it. Boxes can't either, so subs. And I think that was Sustain, had to be the third players committing for that one. And right now, NCC, I'll be honest, they're in the catbird seat, Lars. They're playing well, they're playing smart, and just trying to posture themselves. That causes a Fanshawe mistake, and they're trying to pounce on it.
In overtime, NCC has spent more time on offense than Fanshawe. In overtime, NCC is on offense more consistently than Fanshawe. Just let that sink in for a second. They've done such a good job of getting physical and getting upfield. Googs has been chasing demos and physical plays upfield. Oh no, they can't find it on boxes. And usually I'd be very cautious about a strategy that commits a player like that. But to their credit, subs and Jurthik have been extremely effective on defense, preventing a goal from getting punished. And with that demo chase from Googs, they have opened up a lot of opportunities that have come up just shy, maybe miss a bump, maybe miss a demo. If they can find a way to connect that, then this game goes to NCC.
Well, it's important here for them to continue to find, be it touches on the ball or touches on the opponents. Whereas Fanshawe, they've been pretty, they've looked for passes, and it just hasn't worked. It's kind of fallen short some ways. It's been intercepted in others. If they want to get back to their way here and getting back to their Rocket League, they want to get the ball back in front of their cars, back on top of it, and find these possession plays. But right now, NCC is not allowing any space and or time, Lars. That 50 from Googs, once again, rocketing it towards this Fanshawe half.
Ball collected in midfield by Sustain. They've got control. They go for the low fake again, but Googs is there, sacrificing the body to save the goal. That's an awkward missed touch. Googs will be the first up. Box is playing a little bit more conservative. You could see, as Fanshawe has recognized that NCC is playing a more aggressive upfield strategy, they've started to take wider rotations. They started to drop a player a little bit sooner, a little bit more aggressively. This one's dangerous territory. That one's over one.
Oh, what
but
a save.
A diving save prevents this one from ending. We're almost to 4 minutes of overtime. We're coming up on an entire extra game of Rocket League here.
Lars, you've had your game 4. We're getting more Rocket League that you asked for. It's just still game 3. Is Jurthik trying to control it here? Has a demo, but it opens the door for Dungeon. Dungeon trying to slot it there. Googs with the save, but now it's a 2-on-1. Sustain putting it down and in. And I'll be honest, it was a thriller from start to finish in game 3, but Fanshawe survived that feverish attempt from NCC.
Wow. Oh, man. NCC in game 3.
Woo.
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
Crazy.
my goodness.
It was wild.
That is wild. The way they came out and just went absolutely did it work. Do we get to see the demos? Look at that. A massacre here at Beckwith Park. Oh, my goodness.
Look at it over there, Lars. I love the dots. It's like a Christmas tree, man.
Oh my goodness, what a showing out of both these teams. I don't have many words other than G-cheese all around. That was an absolutely beautiful game 3. Games 1 and 2 were a good showing of Rocket League, but it was heavily one-sided. Regardless of scoreline, Fanshawe was just in control the entirety of game 1 and 2, with minus a couple of little slip-ups that, to NCC's credit, they were very quick to punish and did so, picking up a couple of goals. But game 3, NCC cracked the code and forced Fanshawe into 9 minutes of Rocket League before they could make this one closed out. Unfortunate NCC, wild. That is the end of their season. They will not be making their way into playoffs, and Fanshawe will more than likely retain their position. Well, guaranteed retain their position as the #1 seed going into playoffs. What a showing. What a matchup. I
Wild.
don't want to drag this on too long because we do have plenty more Rocket League here tonight. When we come back from the break, UNC Asheville versus Queens University Highlanders. Right after this, stick around. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to NECC Esports for some more Rocket League action. Our third matchup of the night, I believe. Our fourth matchup. This is why we don't do caster matches. We can't even count to 4. Our fourth matchup of the evening. Challengers Yellow, Queens University Highlanders versus UNC Asheville. 10th and 12th currently in the Challengers Yellow division. There are no playoff implications here in this matchup, so we are here to just see some fun Rocket League. I am Lars Newt. Join me, as always, is the one, the only, the Foof. Foof, thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, hopes, and or dreams?
Well, I hope it's a good series, and I have a ton of excitement because, you know, it's, as you said, not playoff implications, so it's really, this is the truest essence of Rocket League hopefully being played, Lars. Both these teams have come out with a very interesting way of trying to figure out what they want to do and how they want to play it. And I want to see who comes out with the best foot forward and tries to take this series and make it their own.
As always, love to see teams start hot and just continue to go up from there. UNC Asheville in the blue. Orthos, Sheik, and Zyrex versus Queens University in the orange. Like for Mike, Llama, and Simba Boom.
Yeah, that one had me stumble a little bit too when I read it for the first time. But yep, Simba's on the side while they're trying to find something. He's rocking the NASCAR. I love to see it. That's not Ortho throwing it all the way, making Llama have to get up for this, and he can. He's a little bit too excited, but still no goal coming through. Queens trying to get it off their side and able to clear it out is Llama. Sheik in control for now, but he can't find the touch. That's off the backboard once again. The ball bouncing down. He get it from his teammate. And somehow, Lars, we've traded possessions on the goal line, and we're still 0-0.
Well, Foof, I have to be that guy. I've
Don't
got to do it.
Don't do it.
It's not a NASCAR, it's a stock car.
No.
I gotta. I understand the common confusion. It is the National Auto, freaking stock car. I forget what it is. Stock Car Auto Racing Association. North American Stock Car Auto Racing Association. That's what it is. NASCAR. National I have totally derailed at this point. With my own point. The point is, it's a stock car, not NASCAR, and we are now almost a minute and a half gone and continue to be scoreless between these two teams.
Well, I want to nitpick more, Lars. It could be a NASCAR car because it's an adjective technically, but
okay.
The ball still.
Okay.
Well, it's still.
This is what you tune into Rocket League for, right?
NASCAR does such an Zyrex is waiting for it to get saved. He gets tossed on. Llama says it doesn't matter how many defenders you have. He's going to put that one in.
This is why you follow your shots, because when you're right behind the ball like that, it gives you the opportunity to get these big dunk plays just like that. What a way to open up the scoring for Queens.
Oh, it's a great way to start a series if you can get that first goal. And after a little bit of a scoreless streak from both sides, it breaks the ice, and you wonder if they can build on top of this. Whereas you wonder if UNCA can get an answer of their own. They are held shotless right now, but they've had opportunities. Llama now trying to find another one, but that ball will not find its mark as it's cleared out.
Queens, excuse me, UNC, the only team so far to pick up demos. Like to see them engaging that physicality as always off the crossbar. Llama will collect another one, but handily set up by Like for Mike.
That one, the setup from Llama to set up Like, and then it just bounces off the crossbar. It didn't want to work for Mike, but it doesn't matter because Llama has the cleanup, and it's ready. Now a 2-goal lead here for Queens.
Very interesting. Typically, when I look over... Oh, okay.
That's not a 2-goal lead anymore.
Sheik will answer back on the kickoff. I think maybe a little bit of a miscue. Yep, no one is there in time and allows Sheik to just get an easy runaway goal to bring this one back within 1. What I was saying is, usually when you look over at the heat map and you see a team that's managing spacing on the field as well as UNC is, typically it leads to more goals. But so far, Queens finding more success.
It's just about having quality opportunities over quantity, but quantity leads to quality as Zyrex tries to climb that ladder. He can't find it. Orthos waiting in this side wall. Has a good 50 there. The ball bounces midfield, but no control coming through. Sheik is up, but he pushed it high. He's using the ceiling for a shot, but that means it gives the defense time to find their angle and get the save. Light for Mike on the sidewall, trying to find Llama, who has been the shooter so far. but denied by Orthos once again. UNCA on the attack as they try to find anything more to equalize.
There's a shot on. Zyrex isn't up for it, but she collects on the back wall, sending this one back the other way, downfield. So where we've seen just a couple of good looks out of Queens, and then the one kickoff goal out of Queens, but it's been a lot of play up and down kind of the sides of the fields. Not a lot of threat from direct in front of the net. There's an opportunity turned away by Like for Mike. I'd like to see these players doing a little bit better job of opening up opportunities in front of the net and setting up scoring opportunities like we've seen so far out of Queens for those 2 goals they picked up.
Well, the clear coming through from Sheik, but it doesn't get very far. Llama's already on top at Zyrex in a one-on-one. He puts it off this corner, just stalling out for time. Orthos is up aggressively here. Simba, a little bit of a mystery here. The ball is up once again for Llama. A double commit from Sheik, and I believe that was Orthos. Kind of keeps it still on this half as Simba going for the backboard. Another double commit coming out, and this ball's only made it to the corner, so still hemmed in on this light blue half. Zyrex, that long clear to get some room, and Simba needs to find the touch, and does.
Sub 60 seconds remain. Queens continues to have control of this game, but by a singular goal. All UNC needs is to turn one of these around very quickly and pick up another kickoff goal, and they walk away victors of game number 1, but they're running out of time to do it. Need to score. Orthos, great touch up. It's off the crossbar. Orthos doesn't have the read.
Whew, almost had the read. Sheik just beat by the play. Ball there from Simba. Try and find Mike, but Zyrex has a big 50. Running back is Sheik. Sheik the other way in transition. Deuces wild with just under 20 seconds left in game 1.
2 is 1, 1 is none. This is why, because it can change hands so quickly. Back in favor of UNC. Now, do we see a quick kickoff goal, or do we get overtime in game number 1? Wouldn't be the first time we've seen OT in game 1 tonight. That's always exciting. As we see Queens trying to finish this in regulation. That one's threatening in front of the net. Zyrex gets it clear. Sheik chases this down. Llama sends it back in. Perhaps one last opportunity on net as this one waterfalls down in front, and that's a great clear from UNC. OT, game number 1.
Sheik with a monster clear there to deny it, so now it's a real equalizer, Lars. The ball back at midfield just kind of stopped on that kickoff, so Llama putting it into the corner, trying to find something to kickstart the offense once again. Simba there, denied by one. Sheik had that back post defended. Light for Mike, the lone player here, trying to go solo bolo, but ends up pushing it back past towards Llama.
Llama's good control. It's a pass down to... Oh, they couldn't quite find it. Simba Boom was well positioned, but a good cut from UNC to jump into that passing lane, recognize how that play was developing, and take away the shooting opportunity. And now they find themselves scrambling on the back end as UNC threatens Queens' net. Llama, good pass with purpose upfield. You like to see that, the transition passes with purpose, but unfortunately, UNC is looking at that same pass play setup, and they're much quicker on the draw than I am and are able to get in front of that pass play and disrupt it before it can become too threatening.
Well, ball still once again on this yellow half. Llama in control. He's going up the side. Whether Sheik with a big-time beat keeps the offensive pressure on. Mike hits it down to Zyrex, who can't find the touch. Llama using that guard to clear it all the way out. Light for Mike in the corner. He's got room. He's got the boost, and he's got control. Has a demo coming through on top of him. But Llama is still there. The pressure is still on here for Queens. Simba off the backboarder trying to find Mike. Mike climbing the ladder. A slow rolling shot. Trying to find a double. He gets it. Bouncing it between defenders.
Beautiful play here out of Queens. Simba Boom up early. Knows that they're not going to have the angle for the shot and elects to just pass it off to Like for Mike, who's got a beautiful read off the wall to finish OT in game number 1. Queens will take game 1 and take control of this series, but not without a hard-fought battle here on the side of UNC Asheville. Both ways up and down the field, UNC does a good job embracing the physicality. They had all of the demos for the match in the demo map, which I left up on accident. 4 demos. I was just checking it out as we were sitting here, and I forgot to turn it off. 4 demos on the side of UNC. Queens, obviously bringing lots of good speed but not as much as UNC. Actually, 2 kilometers an hour slower on average than UNC, and UNC also supersonic more of the time. So maybe the answer here is UNC needs to slow it down a little bit, put a little bit more control going forward, and not allow Queens to spend as much time on the attack at those follow-up opportunities.
Oh, but Lars, I thought the name of the game was to go fast. But the big thing that stands out to me, Lars, is both teams had 6 shots, whereas Queens had that 7th one. Not in overtime, but that 7th one would be considered overtime because it's the one that won the game. So that one extra shot shows how small of a margin of error between these two teams, how tight it is. And so it's about these teams capitalizing on mistakes and forcing errors in rotations, be it eating boost, finding the demos that you talked about, or creating 1-on-2 opportunities.
And that in the transition play as well, so critical. That ability to find your team at an advantage because the defense is now scrambling to get themselves into position in transition backfield. I mean, it's not the only way to score, obviously, and we've seen with that repeat offense, which I'm actually a big fan of, is hit that backboard again and again and again until you see it open up. And then as soon as you see it open, now you shoot at the net, deny the defense an opportunity to stack in the net and try to clear it away like you happen to see a lot of the time. But if you can find your team in transition, it forces both these teams that have done such a good job with rotations to break the rotation to transition back downfield. That's going to be an excellent way to open up opportunities.
Well, I mean, a big thing that always sticks out to me, Lars, is it's something I had to really kind of issue in myself, is clears don't always start as clears. Sometimes you need to find a teammate in your own half that start that offense. A pass to a clear is huge. And so when these teams can find control, be it in their own half, at midfield, or in your opponent's half, like the consistent offense you talked about, banging off the backboard, that's where you'll see a team start to gather that consistency of not only control, but of play and perhaps shots and leads.
Well, we will see if Queens is consistent with control of the series. Game number 2 is underway in Queens University and UNC. That's a
shot.
Great put to the back corner, and oh no, it's off the post. UNC with a magic on their side. Not for long, like for my Ike. Will score first for Queens.
Live dangerously, die dangerously. 3 players there. A demo comes through and it smoke screens the ball, shoots out, but rolls right underneath of that crossbar. 18 seconds in, and once again, Queens has a lead.
Interesting. Neutral kickoff here. It's not very often you see those usually lost back one way or the other, and it's to the advantage of Like for My Ike as they pick up number 2 at short order.
Mike with a big-time win there and just puts it right over Sheik, who's trying to guess where that ball was going to go. In such a hard spot to be when you're on that sidewall. There's so much ground to try and cover and just a lot of mystery to it. But not even 30 seconds in, and it's a pair of goals now sitting on that yellow half.
Good touchdown, but an overly conservative offense out of UNC. They have been punished, and they are now feeling the effects of that. That's the psychological side of this game, where teams change their behavior based on what's happening, and unfortunately, a lot of times it's for the worse. You don't want to see a team get beat like that and then back off and give space to teams that are making plays in space.
Well, Ashel's trying to find something here as Orthos throws it in midfield, but the only thing he found was just 3 of those yellow cars just waiting. The ball bouncing down. Ashel trying to find one. Sheik can't get there. Orthos looking midfield. He's trying to find a team. If the only thing he finds is Like for Mike. Like playing slow so patiently, but Llama can't get there. Sheik the other way. The long clear shot to make it 1-2.
That's not from outside the stadium. That's not the parking lot. That's from the next county over, sending that one all the way down. And I mean, to a certain extent, you have to question if that was intentional or they were just trying to beat out that attacker and send it clear.
Calculate.
They had an opportunity. We'll give credit there. It was intentionally on net, and they're rewarded for it. Cuts that lead in half. And again, we see 2 is 1. 1 is none. Zyrex ties it up.
Couldn't even get your mantra all the way out of your mind into your words there as Orthos with a beautiful dish to Zyrex in a 2-1-2 play. Able to completely notch it up. Not even a minute and a half in, so both teams having very early success on the offensive side. It's about who can get that consistency and start controlling it on that defensive end.
Will be Queens attempting a clear here. Zyrex doesn't have a great touch, but Sheik is there to win a 50 and clean it up now. Across the backboard. That one's touchdown in front. Need to find the finish. Orthos does prevent the clear. Well, I ran up until they helped with the pinch to get it all the way deep down into UNC territory. Sheik looking for that double touch off the wall. Finds it, sets up Orthos, who goes to the back wall as well. Reads Llama well, but doesn't have that touch out of the corner. It's so difficult when you find yourself driving through the corner because you want to get out and challenge that ball, but you can't because, you know, physics.
Physics, Lars. You gotta play it right. You gotta be smart to play Rocket League. That's why I stink at it. But a great shot coming through there from Llama. The ball bouncing around. Mike gets a good 50, but Orthos still there as all three blue cars are ready to make plays here. Llama just kind of floating at midfield. That's two players up. He's trying to go off the backboard here, getting a little bit special, but Sheik ready and reading that well. It's a one-on-one. Mike popping it high, trying to stay under it, trying to confuse the defense, but once again, there's that man again, Sheik, just kind of living above the crossbar, but Llama finds a hole in the defense.
That doesn't go more upper 90 without bouncing right back off the back wall. Llama threads the needle between Orthos, Sheik, and the corner of the net to take this lead back in favor of Queens. Now, just past halfway, a very different game than we saw in game number 1, where the scoring didn't develop until late in the game, and then we very handily went into overtime. Now it's looking like this is a bit of a track meet as the scoring continues to ratchet up. And it'll be interesting to see if they can keep this one even, or if one of these teams will open up the floodgates and run away with it.
Well, if you want to find any answer you can, Lars. The ball bouncing off the midfield. Lars Ortho throwing it there. Excuse me. I was having a flashback to last night in R3's gameplay, but Sheik putting it up high, trying to find some control here and trying to find something, but there's no sledding there. Llama going back the other way, has a very good 50. Mike just waiting for the touch from Sheik, and that's going to be a very generous one there. But a dunk coming through from Zyrex means this offense is a lot less threatening. That's a handoff back the other way. Sheik is denied, and it is a mad scramble right now just on the entirety of the pitch.
Oh, it was a beautiful high awareness touch out of Llama to keep that one away from the shooting lane and prevent that follow-up attack. But I do have to call you out here real quick. Oof, haven't you noticed? There's not a single Lars in this lobby. I don't know who you're talking.
I know. The LA got me, Llama and Orthos, but it doesn't matter. Simba's trying to find it as Sheik in control. I just realized what you said. Yeah. I hate this so much, but Sheik has to get that save out of there and does. Llama in control of it here, putting it into the corner. Sheik with that long arcing here, racing back onto this yellow half. That could be a huge dunk there from Zyrex, but Simba, boom, no easy ping, no problem. Able to get it back out the midfield as Llama.
Things have absolutely settled down here. The scoring is settled down, but the action hasn't. Both these teams hauling to the ball, trying to find that last little bit of advantage, and now it is Queens ready to just rest on their laurels, burn off some clock here, and wait out the rest of this game. They don't need another one and don't want to overcommit and risk losing this tenuous lead that they're holding.
Oh.
But Llama gets a little bit of insurance and extends it out to 2.
I'll be honest, I need to see this one again because it looked insane. He does a good job getting it off the backboard here and then just patiently waiting, sneaking it somehow between the player and the goalpost. You're not supposed to be able to do that, Lars.
Well, players at this level can make frankly insane things happen, as now UNC needs a little bit of insanity themselves to bring this game back and prevent themselves from being on match point. Queens threatening to take this one away. The last few seconds ticking off the clock, and this one handily in favor of Queens University. UNC now needs a reverse sweep to stay alive for the rest of this season.
I gotta say, did you see Orthos from Asheville? He was aggressive and just missed a hair. That would have been a spark that maybe UNC Asheville needed, but unfortunately couldn't find that touch in front of the net. So let's be honest, Zyrex, 6 shots trying to keep UNC Asheville still in this one, but I'll be honest, Llama came hitting literally off of opening kickoff and kept firing the entire time.
Man, 6 shots and the only shots on the side of UNC. That is critical. Now, Queens, a similar scoreline, 7 shots and then 2 for the other 2 players. Like for my Ike, 100% shooting. Yeah. That is impressive. But really, to be an effective team, you need to be a team that can get everybody involved. It's not surprising to me that UNC doesn't find more goals when they only have 1 shooter putting shots on net.
I tell you though, I mean, it feels just feed him handball, Lars, handball. That,
Speaking of last night, Foof, jeez, Pete.
simple things,
yeah.
Lars. Give
Foof.
the guy the ball. That's all you need to know, and that seems to be the game plan for UNC Asheville. It's just Zyrex has done a lot, but it's just better defense in the back half by Queen's University, keeping them out. So you wonder if they can make a turn here. Llama tried to jumpstart something there off the ceiling. Unsuccessful in attempts, but still an early chance here for both these squads.
UNC needs to be making most of every chance they get. They're staring down the final 4 minutes and 30 seconds of their season if they can't find a way to get a victory here. Now, to be fair, this is the final night of the season for both of these teams regardless, but they would obviously want to take this as far as they can.
Cheek!
Ooh, good carry over the top, but not enough boost to get up on that one, and then Zyrex doesn't put the power on it that they need to put a shot home. Coming up on a minute gone in game number 3. You're just joining us. Queen's University looking to put this one away in a clean sweep, and UNC fighting to stay alive to stretch at least a couple more games out of their season. Not going to get off to a good start as Llama scores first.
Llama striking from all the way on the other side. Zyrex with another pass midfield, but it's intercepted, and that is basic cover 2, and it goes right between the 2 deep safeties, Lars, and there's nothing there but green grass and a quick goal here for Queen's University.
Now UNC finds themselves on the back foot in the series, in the game, trying to even it up quickly, but Llama has a huge save to keep that one clear. Now lurking by themselves on the goal line, but fortunately for them, they're not going to get too much of a threat towards the net. Now, Llama trying to set up a teammate. That's going to be a double whiff. I think both of those players were expecting the other player to make contact first and went to read the touch, and that leads to that ball lurking in the midfield. Now beat out by Seek, trying to put it on. Like for my great 50-50. As you know, that is in my opinion, the single most important individual mechanic in Rocket League is that ability to win 50s consistently. Like for my Ike with a great double touch to center, but we continue to see a tenuous 1-goal lead for Queens.
Well, I gotta say it, Lars. They are staying true to their mantra. They are handing Zyrex the ball. He's the only one with shots. You know that carry from Sheik? It was just Giga Brain. He put it a little bit high, so it didn't count as a shot. But now he's gonna try and break the trend. No, wait. Oh, it does. Okay, it is a shot. Zyrex is there to play cleanup, and it's a 1-1 game.
Oh boy. She finally gets their first shot on net, bouncing that one off the crossbar, and Zyrex will take advantage as Simba Boom puts themselves in a bit of an awkward position. They go for that jump, don't get there, and land just too awkward to get back for the save. Easy follow through for Zyrex.
I'll be honest, the defense is confused. They're like, hold up, wait, someone else can shoot other than Zyrex? And Zyrex scores another one there off of another pass from Sheik, as that was a discombobulation on that back half by the defense.
Ooh, like for my goes to fake that attacker, and it works. Orthos goes sailing way over top, but it works too well. They fake out that back defender, and Zyrex is quick to punish, put that one home.
Oh, a good 50 there. Could be a jump start. That Queen's University needs to try and tie this one up. UNC Asheville in control right now. A pair of goals. Zyrex with a save, and Shriek is up to make that play. He's on the sidewall. He's got a lot of time and a lot of space, but Llama closing in quick. Orthos is up. He's trying to find the touch, but can't get there. Zyrex into the corner. Mike able to push this all the way back out into this blue half. So UNC Asheville in control and just do a great job of trying to milk this clock. A flip reset coming from Sheik, and it bounces off the crossbar. Llama keeping that one out of harm's way, but Zyrex is there. He's been the shooter the whole time. Maybe the siege will come to an end.
Like Mike does a great job clearing this one back downfield, and it's similar to the last game where we saw a flurry of goals and then it kind of settled as both teams continue to bring the pace, but found their footing defensively to keep the ball clear. We saw how quickly that turned at the end of last game. Like for my eye ties this one back up as we come up on that magic 90-second mark.
Like for Mike left it beautifully. Just that little chip, Lars. You expect the power to be all, but but it's just the finesse sometimes that all you need. And so, you know, it gets a little flyby making sure the ball goes in the back of the net, but just under 2 minutes, we are notched up 2 apiece. And it is match point here for Queens. UNC Asheville needs to find one to keep their series and their season alive for a couple more games, hopefully.
Zyrex does a great touch over the top of Like for My Eye.
Llama.
Quickly followed by Llama, and well touched by Sheik to keep that one clear. Now an attack back the other way on a huge pinch. Like for My Eye, well placed with Llama picking up the save. Good awareness to see the attackers following behind that ball and play across the field in a relatively safe cross-goal clear since the rest of the team wasn't there in time to attack. But now, we need to see one of these teams break the stalemate. 60 seconds remain. Queens threatening the clean sweep. UNC fighting to stay alive.
Well, the ball mounting down, Llama with a long clear, trying to find something, but the only car he finds is that of Orthos. The ball's still there. Llama with a dunk. Sheik, he's in a dangerous spot, just trying to get it out of the goalie's box. Like for Mike, in control, but him and Simba are in a really tight position. That means they just hand off the ball. Both teams just kind of handshaking there, letting it sit for a while. Llama's up. He's going to go for a solo play here, coming low, but a save coming through from Orthos.
Oh boy, final few seconds. Is this the end of the season for these two teams, or do we get one, maybe 2 more games out? This one well touched down. Queens has been on the assault for a while now, a whopping 18 seconds finally before that ball is cleared back down.
Nice
Llama returns it right back down, gets the bump in front, but Sheik is able to power through. We could see our second overtime of the match, but that's an awkward touch in front, and Orthos secures a lead late in game number 3.
Llama trying to make the hero clear ends up setting it up for UNC Asheville, and Orthos waiting and ready. This is why you put yourself in the right position, because sometimes the ball gets put into the mix unintentionally. And if you're there, Lars, you can strike. And it is now a 1-goal lead, but a missed kickoff. This is a huge error as the ball is still here. Llama off the backboard. A dangerous touch. His Like for Mike is up, but that ball is cleared and it falls down. One for UNC Asheville.
Foof, you and I get one more game at least as UNC starts the long process of trying to reverse sweep Queens here. Queens finds themselves on the back foot for the first time in a while. Yep. It's interesting that they haven't been able to get that varied shooters like we saw earlier in this series. 5-2 and 0 down the scoreboard here as UNC evens it out a little bit. 5-2 and 2. They're starting to get everybody involved, starting to get some more pressure back and forth, and they're getting they're getting a good push upfield, and that's what they need. They need to really take the game to Queens. Don't give Queens space. Don't give Queens the option to play the way they want. Force Queens into awkward positions and make them make awkward touches as they try to get upfield.
Well, I think it's going to be huge here for both these teams. Try and get a good start. The 50 just really stalls, a very neutral 50, as you put earlier, like for Mike, with a big clear into the corner, but no control means just a handoff possessions. Zyrex given a shot here, and you don't want to give Zyrex a lot of shots because he is the shooter, he is the shot taker, and Sheik will score if you give him an open net, and it's 1-0 here for UNC Asheville.
Unfortunate. Simba Boom puts this one too hard off the sidewall, and then just a little bit of indecisiveness, doesn't decide what they want to do with it in time, and Sheik says, okay, well, if you're not going to play it, I'll play it, and I will finish this one off, as no defenders were found back in the Queen's net.
Well, that sounds so regal when you say that, you know? Like, the Queen's net.
Yes, quite.
The Queen's Guard was a little bit shallow today, and the goal was scored, unfortunately. But Zyrex and company are there. Llama trying to find that clear, but the only thing he finds is Orthos' fall. The ball back to midfield. And I'll be honest, the assault is on from UNC Asheville. They smell blood in the water, and they are circling well, trying to find all the touches.
They've proven that Queens is well within their realm to take down. But now they have to do it so consistently for so long. We have at least 9 minutes of Rocket League left that they need to keep the pressure on to Queens if they want to take this series. And if they let up for even a moment too soon here, they could find themselves losing out and ending this series prematurely.
Well, it's an opportunity here for Simba. It's going off the backboard. No, it's going to be shot on. Instead, it dropped just a hair, and Sheik has to make the save. An interesting handoff from Mike to Llama. The ball's still there. Sheik Another interesting handoff is Orthos literally just building a wall in front of that Octane. You know what, Lars? If you can't be in the way, then just be an obstacle. And that was a really good play. I feel like I'm watching like a little bit of like a traffic stop where the cars just keep piling up around the ball, and at one pop just kind of randomly pops out as Orthos the long clear there, and it's just a mad chase as Sheik once again trying to find a touch off the backboard. He can't get the shot, but Simba has the clear, but not a lot of follow-up. It's a 1-on-2. Llama was looking for a pass, but instead that demo comes through, so it's a quick turnaround.
That was well played by Llama to put that, recognize where that defender was in the net and where their momentum was carrying them, put it behind them, and even though it was off, it gives them the opportunity to then quickly follow up with the double touch. Unfortunately for Llama, they can't get around in time to get a good angle, and that pops right back out, and Queens finds themselves on the back foot in the game and on the back foot in the offense here as they finally get this ball cleared downfield, and UNC looks to keep this clear the shooting lane and not allow Queens back into this game.
Yeah, Ashwell's in really good control right now, doing a great job, and it's a dangerous game to play with a 1-goal lead, but they're doing it well right now. As Orthos loses a 50, but Zyrex is there, and he's dumped on as well. Mike, not a lot of boost here to work with, and Llama was headhunting there at the goal line, but they end up handshaking. No, Simba, aggressive push there, and Orthos to answer, so a tennis match breaking out right now. Both teams just volleying it back and forth, back and forth.
What a stop by Zyrex, getting up to that one super early to take away the shooting opportunity from Mike. Now Orthos beats out by Llama. Now Zyrex has to step up.
Simba.
It's not enough to keep it clear. Simba Boom will equalize at 148.
It feels like we should have more goals than one apiece, but yeah, we are notched up at 1. And both these teams have scored multiple goals. So, you know, the one was not going to win this game. I just had a feeling it was at some point in time that we'd have to break a tie or see an extender. So here we are, notched up with just about 14 seconds under 2 minutes. Cyrus with a big-time dunk, but there's no real follow-up. Llama passed one, but ends up losing control of the ball as he gets away from that Octane. But wait, Sheik played back. Simba was there, but it was just a bit too far behind him. That's going to be one that UNCA, glad they didn't have to deal with that.
Big beat by Mike. It could be on, and that's the quick turn. Queens takes the advantage after spending the vast majority of this game down a goal.
You see right there, Orthos cheating up as that third player, trying to be aggressive like they've been all game, and recognizing that, just sending it right behind that last goal defender, and it means it's an easy open net, and it makes it 2-1 here for Queens.
UNC needs to find a goal, and I am tempted to say they need to find it fairly fast here, or they're going to put themselves in too difficult a position to make the comeback. I'd like to see them take control of this now and really set the tone for game number 5. But first they have to get there. Sheik with a great touch down off the back wall. A beautiful look, but stacking 3 deep on the goal line. Queens isn't going to be bit out that easy.
I feel like this game might be Sheik's kind of putting everyone on notice, possibly. He has 4 shots in this one, too, coming off of the goal player Zyrex last time. That's a good save coming from Sheik. Zyrex throwing it all the way past midfield. Him and Sheik are rotating forward, trying to be aggressive here. The ball's there. Zyrex could come on, but he can't get to it. Llama able to get clear. Now it's a one-on-one on the back half. They need a big stop here, Asheville does, and they need a quick turnaround. Mike dunked by Sheik, and this could be the opportunity that they're looking for.
UNC's got the advantage. Orthos doesn't have the reach. Sheik tries to put one on, but it's stopped by Llama. That may have been their best opportunity yet to try to even this one up. Perhaps only one more to come as Llama tries to dunk that one down. Sheik sends this one deep. Simba doesn't have the touch. 2-2, 5 seconds left.
Handball, Lars. Zyrex is cold, Sheik's is on, and he puts that on and makes it a tie ball game, 2-2, with the possibility of overtime and game 5 looming.
83 miles an hour on that shot. That is an absolute blazer back. It's no wonder Simba couldn't get up in time. How could you? It's faster than the cars in the game can go. Oh, man. Simba now gets cut up by Llama as we see overtime for the second time tonight. Or not for the second time tonight, second time in this series between these two teams. Mike. Excuse me, there's a player I'm familiar with, Mike for my Ike. That was looking at the goal line. Simba Boom takes it for Queens.
I would love to see this game with either goal either way, but I just don't want to see it that way. The ball just falls. There's two defenders, and they can't find a touch. And Simba just has to be patient, using all of that Camaro to push it in and find a way to secure not the game, not only the goal, Lars, but the series in their season finale.
Oh boy, well that's a great way for Queens to end out their season to close this one off, and in an exciting way. Oh my goodness, there was an absolute roller coaster of emotion through that. It looked like Queens was going to take a clean sweep. It looked like they were going to shut this one down early, but then Asheville brought it back, and oh my goodness, did such an excellent job keeping us on our toes all the way through. And unfortunately, it all just broke down for just a moment on the goal line, and Queens said, okay, yeah, we'll take that.
It's over. We take those, Lars. That was what was said. It, House of Cards, very, very beautiful to look at, but a small breeze in the wrong direction. It all comes toppling down, and that was the margin of error. We talked about it game one. Both of these teams so tightly contested. And so a great showing from both of these squads. It's a nice send-off here, not only on the season, but on stream as well.
Well, on stream for you and I.
Yeah. Well, for them too.
And for them too. But it's not the end of the stream tonight.
No.
Of course not. We got plenty more Rocket League action coming up in the Challengers Cyan Division. North Central Technical College versus Northwestern College. Coming up right after this break.
Welcome back to the NECC Network, everybody. My name is Bearlight alongside Hail Monkey Man, and we're excited to bring you this next matchup. Hail Monkey Man, how are you tonight?
You know, it's always a great night when I make it home and everyone is all right, both on the pitch and on the streets. You guys are great out there. Made sure not to, hit me while I was going on the highway. Thank you so much.
That's so thoughtful of them, for sure.
Thank you.
Our next matchup consisting of the same division that we saw in the last one. Well, the same level of division, rather. We move over to the Challengers Cyan this time versus the Challengers Whites, where we have NTC Blue facing off with Northwestern College. A huge matchup for Northwestern.
Yeah, this one is going to be pretty particular because the playoffs. I mean, if you saw the standings just a moment ago, you're going to get to see that is a cutoff line, and these records are very, very narrowly different at the bottom. Kind of a 6 or 7. You've got 3-3 over on the side of Northwestern College. They're sitting just precariously on one edge, on the better edge. But with a loss tonight, if they were to not be able to overcome NTC Blue, their fate is out of their hands, and that would rely on what Fresno State Blue would do. A win from them, and they could be in. So it's do or die.
It is. In the next matchup we'll see after this one, we'll get to obviously in just a bit. Sac State Green sitting at that 3-3 mark too, as you saw from the standings as well. So lots of things on the line here, as typically happens in this last week. I mean, that's why it's my favorite week ultimately. So your expectations for this next matchup, as this is a pretty close matchup. NTC Blue coming in at 4-2, Northwestern 3-3.
NTC Blue, I think, is going to be coming out as the maybe not the heavy favorite, but a considerable favorite. They are definitely going to be trying as best they can to secure themselves a top 3 position, which is very much available if they were to overcome Northwestern. Northwestern, they know that this time is when they have to be at their prime. They must play to their absolute best, and we're going to get to see that here as we start in game 1 of this best of 5.
Game 1 underway, and starting off into this first zone where Voss trying to clear back out Mini Pie. Gonna wait back for it and touch down the field, and obviously big meaning behind this game means we're gonna see a lot of scrambling. We're gonna see a lot of laying it on the line here, which is why it's one of my favorite times of the year. But first we begin with, of course, the classic best of 5 struggle to try to get something going, but Bash will start things off and make it 1-0 for NWC.
That is Northwestern starting on their best foot forward. Bash finding Blast just a little bit too far up. And, you know, they're going to start to get those repetitions and really get that spacing down. As you get this kind of fielder game out, sometimes 2 teams, they're going to start off already wheels spinning and going as fast as possible. Now it's about, okay, all right, I was caught up a little bit too far. My bad, guys. We reset, we recover, we regain. First happened in a play, a second play. Oh, Voss just missed an attempt right there.
Blast will try to move it out from the corner, and it actually eludes Brady there for Northwestern, and so NTC trying to make a push inward. Blast will use this side wall to play it to Mini Pie, trying to get it back out. Bash missing from this back side, and a little bit sloppy gameplay, but it'll ultimately get out of the zone here, or it'll be NTC trying to push back in. But again, right back in the zone, Bash has a chance. Be up the back wall, the follow-up shot is there, and Brady makes it 2-0 now for Northwestern.
They are looking pretty primed to take on any advantage, and that one was a fantastic setup by Bash. He bashes it to the sidewall. I'm sure that's been said before, but is able to dish it back out. The ricochet goes right to the top of the box and be able to put it behind that goalie. Opening minute of play, opening game so far has been owned by Bash.
Yeah, he's been all over it right now, and this time a kickoff play. Voss set him up nicely with a 50-50. That seems like a drawn-off play off the kickoff, and a clever one at that. So Northwestern coming out with this strategy, and you can tell even though they're coming in with a lower record here at 3-3 versus NTC's 4-2. That's what I'm talking about, laying everything out on the line and coming out quickly with the mission and playoffs in mind.
3 up. Just outside of this first minute, and you know, when it comes to playoff season, you want to be at your prime. This is a squad that is just finding every chance. We already have a couple of shots, both at 100% for both Bash and Brady, top shelving in. This is just a great team right now.
Yeah, they're looking really strong here. It's not exactly what I expected. When I saw this tilt, I thought it was going to be, you know, Northwestern struggling to hold on and, you know, really laying their hearts out for it, and they are, but NTC's not really matching that right now. And I don't know if that's because necessarily they think that they're going to be in a comfortable spot, you know, securing their playoff spot already, or whether, you know, it's just Northwestern coming out with a fire, coming out with a punch. Well, we know that's the case right now with their 4-0 lead. Boy, we're going to try to start things up here. The double touch almost seems like it was going to be imminent, but not quite able to get around this one. Be Voss that backtracks on this one, leaves it for Brady. But right back into the hands of Koi Boy, but nothing developing at all on the front for NTC.
Just seems a bit of column A and column B from what you said before. Are the likes of NTC ready for this one? Do they really feel that kind of extra motivation? Maybe not as much as Northwestern, because Northwestern definitely is trying to put the brakes to literally anything that NTC is going to throw at them. But game number 1 of best of 5 sometimes can be a little bit of a misnomer. You have that high energy. Who's ready earlier? Bit of an off touch. Bash to Voss and the kill. And another one goes in as we approach halftime. 5-0.
Just a little bit of an awkward touch there again. Actually, lack thereof there as Mini Pie. I thought he got a little bit on it. Either way, he just snuck out to the middle of the field, and Northwestern was all over this one. So NTC, of course, coming in with Mini Pie. I'm not sure if that's a regular play. Obviously, part of the roster coming into this one, and a freshman. Plenty of time to try to get things together for, you know, NTC, who's looked sharp throughout the rest of the season. But struggle a little bit. Maybe that replacement is enough to throw off a team, because, you know, when you talk about switching out a sub in Rocket League, that's already 1/3 of your roster. If you think about it that way, that's a big change and adjustment you have to make.
Yeah, it's a lot of chemistry. We're gonna get to see the continuation of this offense just reign supreme. Big clear downfield. Voss goes to the top shelf, gets it around blast, clever play, and an immediate trust to be able to make that leap. But you're not wrong. Whenever you kind of mess with a mixture, like chemistry, all the same, it can very heavily just create some volatility. And whether Minipie is one of the main studs, or maybe they're kind of subbing in because they feel definitely secure at this point in their playoff livelihood, then they're gonna see what works and what doesn't. But to that same degree, Bear, this gives them all the time to try out new things.
Exactly, and exploration is really the name of the game here, especially, the Challengers division where it's very competitive. And in that groove where you're not quite at that level that you want to be in order to be a top tier college, but you have the skill behind you. You have definitely a lot of young players you can come in, kind of test the waters here too. So that's an excellent point here. As in this game here, Hill Monkey Man, sophomore. It's the oldest players. This is the battle of freshmen and sophomores. How crazy is that?
That is insane. But that's really good because that means if you are developing the entirety of your program, especially as you go between each of these divisions, and there's still progression levels from Challenger on all the way up to these champion divisions for NECC, then you get to see how long you can keep them. Is this a player that you can give improvements to, some good coaching? So, get your freshmen some reps. No reason to leave them cold and never get them on the pitch in the first place.
Exactly. Another one goes in. That's 8-0 now. As when 3 went in the first just about minute, maybe just a bit over, you thought it was going to be one-sided. I did not imagine an 8-0 mark here. As things looking pretty much up here for Northwestern. It's been pretty crazy to watch their development here, but you love to see it. A team that never gives up and continues through. My question is, what's going on with the TC?
They've rotated forward aggressively. Been able to see a few individual plays where they've taken the same spot in the zone, and then when they have their individual play just not work out, then that's kind of a wide open effort. You're leaving a single man against 2. Flip reset will come out of Voss. A chance for Bash to be able to continue building up that MVP style resume. He is 4 for 4 from this game, but it's been Voss that has also had to make the few defensive plays necessary to keep this one as a goose egg on the side of NTC. Oh.
That's 9 goals. 9 goals for Northwestern. 5 goals from Bash alone. 5 for 5 shooting. That's a pretty good percentage, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good. If you get to that 120%, get someone else to score, like he gets the goal, but they shoot for him, so it doesn't count, kind of thing. Maybe that's all we can really ask for at this point. It's 12 shots, if my quick math is there. You're the mathematician between us, and so they've quadrupled anything that NTC has brought up. Or yeah, but again. Opening game, maybe this is all just a ruse as we finally get one on the board.
There you go. A little bit of sign of life here from NTC. As he tried to troubleshoot what was going on with it, Blast able to get a nice touch there in the midfield. And although Brady almost got back to that one, imagine already with a pretty stellar performance from NWC, aka Northwestern, as they look to build upon just the offensive scoring and take these vibes into the next one, because as much as you think this is going to say Northwestern one-sided event throughout this entire night, maybe not. Sometimes it's a red flag saying maybe the next game not going to be as close. We even see it at the pro level, Hail Monkey Man.
Oh yeah, that is always kind of you can flip the switch. You can be able to see, all right, we maybe gave up at goal 4. The opening minute is not our way. We don't have our controllers set. We're trying to be able to plug everything in. Not a big deal. I'm getting my shoes on, trying to get comfy. Got to get my Snuggie because it's cold outside. So all of a sudden, something could just flip the other direction. You get 13 shots to 4. NTC looking like they still need to wake up, just like me. And Northwestern looking like they're very much awake and that they're ready to be able to get 2 more games in their back pocket.
No doubt about it. Well, NTC, remember, we say it all the time, right? It doesn't matter how big a margin that you win one game. Because at the end of the day, what do we take into consideration when we talk about the standings, right? We talk about, how obviously it's first is like head-to-head matchups when we talk about tiebreakers. But then, of course, you take into consideration it's game differential, not goal differential, right? So just because you won 9-1 only means that you won one game in a series, ultimately. So you have to get back there and do it again, right? So for Northwestern, really, this is the test of the game, right, or the series here. Is do you bounce back and put up the same kind of offense you saw before? Pretty hard to match 5-for-5 shooting like we saw from Bash.
I mean, Bass could be out there too. We never know. But
Honestly.
but I expect Bash to be just as aggressive as he was, and I don't think we're gonna get to 9-1. But you and I have seen too many times when that kind of, especially that heavy of a lopsided goal differential were to occur, then suddenly this could become a defensive battle, and we can see nothing, maybe 1 goal. So I want that kind of volatility, but I want to see what else may go in. And you know what, Bash, he's still 100%.
Oh my goodness. Bash from the past, aka in game 1. He's doing us the exact same thing there that we saw in the previous game, and the goal scoring comes quickly and often. And then they're going to be having a great time and a great night at Northwestern. As far as the other side of the coin, NTC still seeming to struggle onto the defense. As you see Voss with the flip reset try to get the second touch, but wasn't able to do much with it. Kept in the back pocket for maybe a little bit too long. And Brady will now turn. He's in the corner. Gonna eyeball a teammate, but Blast able to get that defensive struggle. I think it was a Rule 1 broken on the backside as well.
The atrocities. You can't commit war crimes like that. Come on. Voss is gonna leave that one into the stripes. We'll run it down. And this one held a little bit better. The opening minute, instead of being 3, is just 1. Looking for another flip reset. We have some fantastic mechanics, lots of good ball control. You'll not be able to get the flip reset underneath it, but Brady in great positioning from the defensive back half. And where NTC has struggled to be able to meet with the speed in space to shut down Northwestern, they are just gradually able to get just to them with these zones.
Bash not able to quite get that pass, though. So now it's back down the field. Blast going to be up in the midfield. He's going to try for this double, go back up for it, but a good presence on the back wall from the Northwestern defense. It'll be Bash. They get the cross, but Minipie, good job to shield it for the time being, but Voss back across to Brady. He's up for it. Met nicely, but Bash reads it and back of the net, and that's going to be his 2nd of the game and his 7th of the series. In game number 2, it's 2-0.
7 of 7. Still 100%. That's some great stats. Some great
He's
maths.
pagging them. Oh, yeah. Pagging those stats, man. He wants to be number 1 at the end of the season. I don't blame him.
I mean, I don't know who's up there right now, but, you know, instant vote for Bash, right? If he's part of this Heisman class, you know, give it to him. I love him. Doing great things. Now, again, this is maybe not the quality win or quality loss that have to come through. The committee will have to decide. But Northwestern, they're making a statement here that they are finding themselves ready to go to that playoff run. No questions will be left, because you don't want to be able to be like, all right, well, how do they actually play? Who do they play at the very tail end of the season, and are they ready to go? You want to be able to be like, nope, we're good. Everything's all signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, it seems to be. As Northwestern, obviously, you know, when you control your own destiny, sometimes it puts a little bit of pressure on you, right? It doesn't seem to be the case here, as they just put on goal after goal. As Voss back out, try to get Bash another hat trick, because why not? Not able to do so, though, and Brady will play off the back wall. Gets it to Bash. It's a demo. He had a chance as well. The follow-up there from Voss. And this one-sided affair continues. It'll be 3-0 now.
I'm glad the Rocket League gods did not accidentally make that into a shot, because I want to keep this 100% for Bash, okay? Heavy caster bias in favor of Bash right now, but you know what? Great follow. If we're going to say a lot of good, obviously, from Northwestern, they're able to consistently get the follow-up, because too many times you may just have individual efforts that can beat out the likes of NTC's defense, but even more so, they're finding each other in space, and that's the kind of repetitions that you're going to get. But you're starting to slowly get this offense out of NTC here.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, but didn't really follow through as much. As that one just off the post, but recovering really quickly on the defense. Just as quickly as they've been on the offense was Northwestern, as Voss back out with plenty of room to work with. Yet again, gets a flip reset pass 1 to Bash and gets the bump 2. They are on fire. What a play from Northwestern. 4-0 now.
I just gotta watch all this. That was
Voss.
Oh.
Voss the boss, jumping out to get the bump after the flip reset pop pass. Ridiculous.
That
My
was,
lord.
That was beautiful. That was perfect. My God. Okay. So, yeah, under 2 minutes remaining. We have a 4-0 differential. It was 9-1 before. If you blinked, you would have, well, you would have at least seen half of it because it took a while just to get through all those replays. But a 13-1 difference between 2 games. And of those 9, Bash has scored 10, but Voss very much showing what level of support player he can be.
Yeah, that was insane. That was actually, you know, some plays that you see out of the pros. I mean, if you give them that much room, I would argue that just about every pro can hit that just about every time. But the fact that Voss is doing it here in the Challengers division, nonetheless, well, this man is on his way to the top division. He can surround himself with a great team, and I think that's what he's got. Is Voss, of course, the support player, like you were mentioning, top tier level, and there's no doubt about it. And what a combination to have a playmaker and a goal scorer in Bash like they do. Northwestern, they might get some momentum going into the playoffs. I mean, obviously they have to close out this series first, but the way it's been going, I think that should be pretty easy.
Now, you're the math minor between us. What is the percentage if you have 10 goals but 9 shots? Because that's exactly what Bash has, because that last one counted for him. Oh, and Voss, just continuing to be the boss that you called him to be.
You know, my parents always said, give it your 110%, and that's the actual percentage there of the shooting. Yeah, 110%. Shoot, maybe a little bit less, give or take. Either way, he's giving his 110% to make sure they make the playoffs, and right now it's 5-0 for Northwestern, so a job well done. And they only need one more win after this one, which is almost inevitable. As we tick down to 30 seconds left, a 5-0 lead, and Voss looking to show off more of his skills here. As if he hasn't done that enough already. A bit of a miss on the defense, and he almost got that read for the double touch was Bash, as he looks to continue his goal scoring.
That one, again, finding the woodwork. Bash trying to center it up. He's looking for Brady as an option. Brady's the only one that's not gotten a score. He's just kind of hung out between the Voss and Bash show. A wild, wacky sitcom that's ever been presented if there were one for Rocket League. Voss to the ground, and that one will eventually find the grass. And Northwestern, they're trying to find a fast pass to the playoffs and secure their way into this top 8.
I'm just wondering how they ended up 3-3 on the season the way they've been playing. I think NTC, I think maybe that sub, but it doesn't seem like, you know, like they're much different without. I'm just so confused sitting here and seeing the one-sided affair here because Northwestern playing like they're a team that's 6-0. Like this team is on fire right now. They definitely have all the pieces in place. Brady, that backline defender, Bash and Voss just throwing it back and forth. There's no beating this team the way that they're playing tonight. And I know that every team has their great night, Hail Monkey Man, but like this great, because they look really good.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, it's a matter of consistency. They're just not allowing any of this pressure that they build upon for against NTC to not come out as a goal. About at least 50% of their trips on the pitch come out as a goal. Which, if you think about shooting percentages on a team scale, especially when you look at the pros, I mean, they go anywhere from about like 28 to like 34% on average. So you're more than what those guys are able to get. And again, we look at maybe the chemistry, trying to get repetitions to your freshmen, which is always great. Which, you know, as if Minnie is not part of the regular rotation and is kind of that sub as the freshman, I mean, shout out to them for, like, I think based on our intel, based on what we know, they already have an electromechanical degree. I think they're actually going for like more than that. So all the extra academics that go behind the scenes and being able to see, you know, the continued repetitions and do that, it's, you know, get them in there and get them some growth advantage. But we do have a sub in, as Krugs will be replacing Mini Pie.
An interesting development here. It's just you were talking about Mini Pie, but now hopping in is Krugs for this substitution here. You want to get as many players, you know, familiar with the game as possible. And in fact, that might be why you saw the likes of Mini Pie there for a moment here. I wonder if it's going to really change the pace and change momentum of the series. The way that Northwestern has been playing, I don't know. But it's good to see, like, with this young talent, we talked about consistency, right? And part of the college experience is all about learning, right? And developing and growing your skill levels, not only for the job market, but obviously when you're playing esports, you know, you want to get that consistency. Well, Brady, going to keep it consistent in the fact that Northwestern up again, 1-0, and only 21 seconds into game number 3.
The boss feeding it to Brady, who stayed in great position on the outside of that net. That's one of the more, immediate response style positions, because that ball is going to streak across. It's either you get that front post shot, or you have to wait for it to navigate through traffic, and then once it does, you got to put it back in, and he did. So great to be able to follow up on that. Voss, again, going to the ceiling. He sees his man, Bash, the handoff, the shot. It goes a little bit high.
Yeah, that was a good setup, though, attempt. As held in his back pocket, located a passing play. Unfortunately, got in the way of it. It looked like a little bit on his way down. But Blast now a shot on far side. And for the first time tonight, we have a tie ball game. It'll be 1-1.
Since the first time since it was 0-0, which, you think you would get a little bit closer. And the great follow-up. We were talking about how maybe Krugs is going to be a bit of a difference maker. They are definitely giving him a little bit of extra space. Because, all right, we haven't seen him play. We've been dominating this team for a couple of games, making sure that we can just, put the works to them. So you kind of give up just a tiny bit extra to see how they play and what you got to do against them.
Make the adjustments accordingly. I don't think it's a bad strategy, right? You want to kind of play it conservatively until you know how he fits in the rotation, because they will change. Again, allude back to that, 1/3 of a team change. It does make a difference. So maybe playing a little bit conservatively, especially when you have the TO lead in the fashion that you did. Yeah, I would argue definitely the availability to kind of feel out the process and see exactly what changes have been made. That being said, NTC was able to take advantage of it. They hold the game at 1. Be a quick pass over to the Blast. He'll try to find Krugs with it, although he does get a touch. Kind of played it loosely there, and Voss back out. He's got plenty of work with himself, but Goyboy ever to retreat and get to the back wall. And the ball will find its way to the box, but NTC back out and tries to set up Blast. Unfortunately, a bit of a backflip there, and Brady will repress the zone. And Goyboy to play back out of the zone, but they are not really keeping possession when they do make their way to the offensive side of the half.
Yeah, they're trying to make these, I guess it would be a transitional pass as they go from the outside in, see if they can get it back to around the midfield line and find someone working up in space. And the timing on those passes has been just slightly off. Nice extra challenge. Voss is going to climb the ladder, but it's going to be Goyboy that finds him to the back wall. Krugs, he commits, and that means that Bash is able to split the hair, the difference between the defenders, and they have the lead again.
His 9th of the series here in game number 3. Yes, you heard that right if you're just joining us. It's Northwestern back on top as they have been for a majority of the series. And looking sharp, doing it. 2:39 now just to close out this series. And a good way to do that is to give the ball into the hands, or I guess go to the car of that man. Bash has been absolutely huge. Krugs trying to answer it. Blast with a follow-up again. Looks pretty similar to the way they tied it the first time. We're back tied at 2.
The key difference that Krugs has presented in benefit to NTC is that he is more in the face of Northwestern. He is always on their half, challenging those balls as they come up, making sure to be able to, all right, I can be able to just try to dribble with you. I can put my body on this ball and deny you that free space, which has really been cut short from Northwestern. They were enjoying kind of an express lane. Well, now there's some heavy traffic.
Definitely. Blast back out as well, as he was able to try to sneak it past, not able to do so. And another shot down to the box. It'll be Voss already up for this one, going for the double as well. They can't get the touch, and Voss again. It's his highlight reel series, and he puts Northwestern back on top, 3-2.
Flash that Hot Wheels sign right there, because that one was, that was great. That was stupendous. A fantastic follow. The angle on the outside goes right under the rim. Okay, another lead. We go right from tie to lead, tie to lead, tie to lead, but it's always Northwestern that's finding that top side advantage. Blast, able to elongate this out. Krugs is a little bit too slow. It's going to go to the top shelf. Brady looking for a follow, but it's Goyboy. They'll make a great defensive stand. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Bear, this has been the most competitive NTC has been tonight, and Northwestern is still looking just as good.
They're answering the call no matter who's on the field, right? You put in the sub and you find a little bit more success for NTC. It doesn't matter in the eyes of Northwestern, who are still fighting for that playoff spot, and you can tell the way they've been playing tonight, looking to close out. But Goyboy, that bounce off the corner did not favor them by any means, so they're going to have to backtrack again. Brady back down to Bash, but fought up by Krugs. Now back into the hands of Voss, who's demoed off it, a huge demo, because Voss had plenty of space to work with. We've seen multiple times that can cause issues for NTC.
It can. Koi Boy has the flip reset, but it's going to go very wide. It's going to see Krug's going to climb the wall. It's going to waterfall down. Come on down. That's a double, but a save. I think that, well, it didn't count, but Bash is going to get this touch anyway, and it's traffic across the goal line. Okay, 60 seconds coming up, Bear, and suddenly this one's a nail biter.
Love it. Quick turn from Koi Boy. Krug's trying to jump out and get a bumper perhaps, but could not locate Voss on the back line. And so into the hands of Voss, who will play it forward. Krugs reads it in time. Koi Boy try to get a turn, but not quick enough. And Bash back in the zone. It'll be off the post, and he will read it and almost put it high, but will put it away. And they're up 4-2 now, and a better chance to close things out as Bash just read that middle field push before the offense could.
Great vision, 100% shooting. The man can't be stopped. Doesn't matter what players you put out there on the pitch. He's ready to smack them down and send them away. But I have been very impressed with the change-up that we've seen from NTC since they brought on Krugs. If they've been able to have him earlier, maybe this one would be a different story, much more competitive. 30 seconds left. NWC, good old Northwestern College, trying to see if they can be able to get this one sealed away. But you have a very feisty and fighting NTC right at the helm.
And NTC looking to press in, and although they have a little bit of offensive presence, they'll continue to try to trap this zone. It's a cross, so 11 seconds to work with here as Koi Boy has brought them back within one off of a attempt pass from Brady that was just read all the way from Blast and sets up Koi Boy right there in the slot.
Northwestern needs to finish. You and I have seen too many teams, too many familiar teams not know how to finish games. This is when you finish. You get your sweep, you go home, you go to the playoffs. Krugs in a one-on-one. The flick, the save by Voss. Brady trying to seal it up, put it in the corner, shut it down, make it passive. Is anyone available? Both Krugs and Koi Boy, they're away. That's going to be a kill. They keep it alive. Maybe not the greatest decision. Bash is going to put it just far enough off, but it goes back to Blast. 0-second time. It's going to get underneath. Looking for the read. That's a pass. Looking to be able to intercept. They send two. Can Blast catch up? No, it's still crawling the wall here, Bear. Krug's underneath it, and it's still up to the wall. Koi Boy, oh, they want the kill. Oh my God. Northwestern. Oh my goodness, they made it. They threw out Sweat, but that was wacky. Wow.
I could not believe that ball was in the air as long as it was. First of all, because, Northwestern had plenty of chances to kill it. You want to get the playoffs, right? Just kill the ball. Just put it in the ground, right? I think they tried to a couple of times. NTC able to keep it up for the time being and gave everybody a heart attack if you're a Northwestern fan, but able to close it out nonetheless as Northwestern just played stronger than we've seen them in the past, I would argue. I think they've made a lot of improvements and growth over the course of this NECC season, which is always awesome to see. You see Voss rocking that ESL monthly elite tag, which has always been intimidating for me whenever I hit games. That means you're a pretty good player. That's what that means. And Voss has proved it tonight with his ability to create plays. Got 1 goal in this one, 3 saves, 2 assists, all over the scoreboard. Bash that final goal scorer on that offensive just presence that came from Northwestern as they controlled this series.
I mean, Bash racked up every single goal necessary and even more than necessary. But yeah, if you look overall, this entire trio from Northwestern, it was Voss. Voss really was kind of the guy that helps create so many different things. But, NTC, they showed a lot of great life. They showed a lot of creativity at the end there. They had me confused, and I really hope they do bring in their top 3. They are pretty much secured their own playoff position, and so is Northwestern tonight. So it's good to be able to see them finding their best stride and their best form going into this postseason.
No doubt about it. Well, listen, we have the same exact division coming up after this break as well. It'll be Sac State Green facing off with Westcliff University Warriors in the Challengers Cyan division here on the NECC network. Don't go anywhere. welcome back to the NECC Network alongside Hill Monkey Man. My name is Barrelites, and we bring you the next matchup from, like we mentioned previously, the same division. It'll be the Challengers Cyan division, and super excited for this one is Sac State Green, finding themselves in a similar position that we saw the Northwestern College team in. 3-3, the record, looking to sneak their way in the playoffs, and they'll be facing Westcliff in this one, Hill Monkey Man.
And this one is a whole lot of spoiler time. Westcliff has only been able to get 2 games won this season. They've not been able to have a single series won this season. So they are not eligible for the playoffs with this. But they're in a prime position to really, really ruin Sac State Green's day and entire season. If they were to pull off the penultimate upset win here, they have a really big chance to keep them out of the playoffs if Fresno State Blue in their match against Kansas Wesleyan were to actually win.
That's exactly right. 0-7. But listen, Sac State Gold, the other team from Sac State, both in the same division, by the way. Sac State Green, of course, is the team that you'll see in blue for this game, and it'll be Westcliff in orange. Game 1 underway. But yeah, they played them really close. It was the closest matchup they had all season, 2-3 against Sac State Gold. So I mean, close against one of their teams. Maybe it's just Sac State that has some tough times here with Westcliff, but yeah, they're looking to make, perhaps create a spoiler here in this one. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to accomplish that.
That's going to take a little bit of extra effort, as we do get Westcliff initially making some early contact, but young Ube, the big basketball player, as we were able to decipher that on. Apparently basket mean basketball. Chief going to the top shelf, going back to the wall. And so far, there's been a lot great possession. As you get young Ube climbing the ladder one more time, be able to control. Great, followed by Sharkus.
Looking to show off his basketball skills the way he went up for that one. Reminded me of NBA Jam, like the Boomers we are in the 90s. As he almost put that one away. I had to throw a quick reminder out there as well. They will play on here as Sauce Prophet the next to touch. Back over to young Ube. He's back out with a long clear, but right into the ends of Chief, but he gives it right back away. So now, Sham West will look to get a pass, but a little bit loosely played here, as young Ube will look to keep it in the zone. And, well, no real progress made either way. Although that one goes back towards the box to be annihilated. That gets that one out.
This has been a lot of good territory push right up the middle of the gut of the pitch here, trying to see if they can be able to just go north and south in a hurry. Sham West with an easy touch to be able to put that at the midfield crosshair. DFG Annihilation is going to try and one-on-one against good old young Ube, who's had the lion's share of these possessions. This is a chance to be able to make up for it, and that's going to be a dunk. Sharkus and Westcliff, they're going to find the first blood on the board.
Are we in for another shocker here? Westcliff with a good start there. Shark is able to tap that one in on the far side. Good placement on the shot here for Westcliff, as they look to come alive here 1-0 in game number 1, and they ultimately have the lead here. So maybe Sac State's kryptonite in a way, although the gold team did ultimately win. Might be this Westcliff team who's looking to play spoilers, but also looking to get that first win and really build their program here as well here in the Challengers Cyan division, as that one's off the back as well. Will beat the Sac State Green defense, but no harm done here as they'll settle things and push back down the field. And with 2:45 remaining, Sac State on the bottom of the scoreboard.
Oh, but another chance. That one's a big demo. Another opportunity for Sauce Prophet. But that's going to be cut away as Sham West doesn't make the cut across the pitch. Looking for a clear, and then a lot of this extended pressure out of Sac State. They're able to keep this field in front of them. Keep it tilted in their favor, but another big bit of touch. He's able to make this one fly over the midfield line. Another opportunity, Westcliff. They have not allowed much towards their net, and when it's been there, they've been defensively sound. Sharkus and DFG Annihilation. They have 4 saves, 2 between each of them. And so far, so good. They have really not overcommitted on anything and still maintain that 1-goal lead. A chance. Oh, the miscue. And that one's going to be tied up at 1.
And Westcliff was doing a good job to keep them in the offensive zone. And, once they got on their heels here on the defense, looking a little bit off kilter, one would say, as Chief was just beaten as he was playing the front side post and nobody there for support, as they looked like they were taking off down the field in order to get a head start on the next goal. And that'll allow Sac State Green to tie up the game at 1. Chief, another shot on. Sham West. When you try to react to that one, although not in time, it did hit the post. And they'll look to try to settle things. But Annihilation right in his face gets another dunk. I've been impressed with the rotations and just the presence here from Westcliff early.
Yeah, they've been able to really take this from the lateral edge, but Sharkus has to be able to get away. That's an opportunity, young Ube. The NBA Jam, you gotta get that all-star power, and he did not do that in that presence. Right in the middle of the box. Sauce Prophet back to Shamwest, who pre-flips to be able to get there in time. So far, a little bit of sloppy play. Just game number 1 to be able to get a little bit of the, those better repetitions. Sharkus looking for Chief in space. He is cut off 1:15 here on the clock. And the defensive rotations are starting to kind of bunch up on top of each other, but still haven't suffered the next would-be leading goal.
Not quite yet, and looking to build off their offense too, as they'll be Chief from the sidewall. Will go to Ceiling instead. Does get a touchdown, or maybe just missed, but left in the zone. And Annihilation will leave it for Sharkus, and he puts it in. That's his second goal of the game. They'll make it 2-1.
This is a much lower scoring affair and much tighter knit between these two squads, and is just about who's going to make the defense cut short their viewpoint, because they've had a lot of great defensive rotations, but they've been all over each other from both sides. If they can be able to maintain this lead, Sac State, they may be in for a rude awakening, as Westcliff could give them an early bit of a wake-up call.
And now, oh my, almost got it with Sham, as he looks to stay with it, but yeah, you bring up a good point. Westcliff not looking really good when they get to the offense. The defense maybe not as much, but it doesn't matter if you keep putting on shots and keep putting in goals. Sharkus again, that'll be his hat trick. And now they lead 3-1 in this game number 1.
The follow-up, Sharkus constantly hunting for an opportunity, and by leading 2 here, you've been able to keep Sac State just way back to the wall. Look, you got to make playoffs. You got to fight through these guys. They don't care if they don't have a single series win. They have 2 games to their name. You're about to make it a 3rd, and this is a amazing progression. Sharkus looking for a back pass over to Chief. They're not going to be able to find it, but he does find the next touch. Chief looking to be able to get a bump. Physicality, that's been presence, that's been name of the game. And Westcliff, this is their game, and they can slap their name all over it. This 2-goal separation will be maintained for the end of it, and Westcliff will find just their 3rd game win and lead this series 1-0.
Westcliff only having 2 games won, like you said, in this entire season, not looking like it by any means, as they looked really strong in that one for a majority of it. Their defensive rotations a little all over each other in a way, but it doesn't matter, again, like I said, when you're in the offensive half for a majority of the game. So an interesting strategy to say the least from Westcliff, but it was working. And Shark is able to finish those really set up by the rest of his team with back and forth passing, which you don't really expect out of a 0-7 team. So big props there from Westcliff, but maybe a wake-up call here for Sac State as they look to try to bounce back, because you're right, this is your series to lose. Westcliff has nothing to lose, and in fact are looking to build, and it showed there in game number 1.
And you don't know the results of who's staring at you just across the line. You have the top 8 that will make it into this playoff. You have to secure your own fate. This is this is in your control. Everything that's in front of you, it's in your control. You can be able to punch your own ticket, get to that postseason, continue to do well. And it's not exactly like they were doing terrible against Westcliff, but Westcliff themselves were able to go on the attack a little bit more often and just surprise that defensive rotation that was a little bit more clustered. Spread yourselves out, be able to come back to the ball with a little bit more of a concerted effort to make sure that you do not leave those gaps wide open.
That's important to be responsible on the defensive side. That's a good passing play. Chief read it all the way. Young Ube. Oh, Sauce Prophet on his way back. And that's just the way game 1 went. Hopefully not to continue. But Shark is holding off the goal line in an unfortunate mistake again from Sac State Green.
Sharkus, he's able to get in the majority of these goals, and he's able to stop all of them too. My goodness! What? The iron wall of Westcliff, it is too high, and these guys have been jumping off of it and been able to take all this momentum. Chief trying to be able to disrupt anything that Soft Prophet was doing, but there's been a lot of great pressure from Sac State. They've seen 6 shots inside of this first 45 seconds. That's wild.
That is absolutely wild. They put on some pressure, but really, they are their own worst enemy right now. With obviously the saving your own teammate's shot, but in addition to that, now a chance the other way. Sauce Prophet unable to get past it. Chief a chance, not able to get to it. Annihilation trying to keep on the pressure here for Westcliff, but it'll be left into the hands of Sauce Prophet, who'll play it back down. Young Ube not quite able to connect to this one as corner play is cleared right back out of the zone from Westcliff, who looks to want to play in the offensive zone and continues to find ways to do so, but this is dangerous. Should be a waterfall. Sauce Prophet off the crossbar, and they still can't find a way through. And maybe another transitional play, but Shamwas able to get just back to it. The pressure not done here for Westcliff. Just seems like everything Sac State tries to put on, they're not able to get into the back of the net.
And that great recovery to just put that one well enough off target. You're having the two, the senior and the grad student on the likes of Westcliff are really leading the charge through that experience. And DFG Annihilation trying to keep up as best as he can. He's going to be able to try and set something up here from the sidewall. Sauce Prophet over to Sharkus, but is denied and slapped down. Sauce Prophet, he is, I guess he has a prophecy that he actually was going to make that save, but Young Ube. My goodness, we are approaching halftime. This one, much lower scoring than its predecessor.
Yeah, it seems to be a defensive battle. That shot a little bit wide. Shamwest will look to try to carry out, but instead just throws it away yet again here. Sac State, they had a great offensive presence. A misread here and a chance for Westcliff again, but somehow the defense going to get back to it. Another shot on. Young Ube going to try to take care of business. Sac Green every time, or Sac State rather. Every time they try to get out of the zone, they just seem to be trapped here. They need to find better passing out of the zone, otherwise it'll spell trouble through the rest of the series. That's not a good way to get things going when you keep tossing the ball out of your possession.
Shamwest is going to try and climb the ladder. That's going to go to the backboard. Where's Sharkus? You know he's already flying. No, he's going to stay very calm, very wisely on that back half. Play for the rotation up. Now he gives it over to Chief. Super senior and the senior themselves, that Wombo combo, they've not seen a lot of success this season, but that doesn't mean they're not going to play like this as the championship. This is all they got left for the entirety of the season one. DFG Annihilation over to Shamwest. Chief to the backboard. He's going to dive out. Doesn't have enough boost to support it. And again, we are still knotted up at goose eggs out there with 90 seconds approaching.
And Sham will try to take it into his own hands now. Back down the field. Annihilation all over that one. Sauce Prophet will play it back down to himself. Not a whole lot of boost to work with. It seems like this pesty Westcliff team has been really good about boost control and really quiet about it too, right? Because we haven't really pointed it out, but also Sac State, one of the reasons why they can't get things going is because their boost has been taken on a regular basis from Westcliff, who have been owning those spots. And it's been a majority of the reason why they keep pressing. Chief, another chance. He'll pop it up. Tries to beat Young Ube, but not able to do so. But look at Annihilation directly on that ball to keep it in the zone here for Westcliff.
You gotta wonder what's really been kind of the crux for Westcliff this season, because the way that they are just controlling Sac State, they should be way more successful than what they are. And that's something that you can really build upon of a great just kind of next step for your program. I mean, you may not have the same two guys here depending on if they stay with the school or not, or if they get to have, you know, some of those extra classes. But Sharkus, follow up, he gets Young Ube off the pitch. The dunk opportunity, it'll just be a little bit too far inside. 20 seconds left. Young Ube comes from the respawn, but he gets bopped in the face. Shamwest gonna leave it. That's a huge booming clear over to Young Ube, looking for the putback. That's dangerous, and it's left free. Shamwest, the shot is on target, but the defense has stood strong for Westcliff. And one more time, 5 seconds left. The bigger clear. Young Ube with the chase. Can he get it airborne? He does, and the dunk is denied.
But look out, Shark is trying to set it up for Chief, but leaves it there. Sauce a chance it'll go off the back wall, but just a little bit wide, and we have ourselves overtime in this game number 2. As it's been a shocker of a series so far for Westcliff. They've been doing everything right, but maybe not here. It's across, a save there from Chief to keep them alive again. And Sharkus with another follow-up save and a transitional play as Chief will play it off this back wall. Looking for Annihilation, but not able to connect on that one. And so Sauce Prophet right back in the zone here for Sac State as they look for any kind of offense in this series that they haven't found quite yet.
A chance. And I thought DFG Annihilation was going to be the first man up whenever that transition was happening just a moment ago, but instead they stayed a little bit safer all the way back. Great trust between both Chief and Sharkus has really been Westcliff's bread and butter. And they know that their rotations are pretty darn sound. Sauce Prophet looking for a chance to be able to get around Chief. He's going to go to the wall, find that big boost, and he's looking for the 50-50. He goes to the midfield line. DFG Annihilation just trying to be able to shade a little bit. And like you said, offense has been a rarity, but they have a little bit of clarity, trying to get creative. It's a pass play, looking for DFG on the other side. It's good burying it. No! Sauce Prophet.
What a save and recovery, but Chief's not done. He'll be back up for it. Sauce Prophet with enough of a touch to get it to Young Ube, who stormed out to center field, where they were waiting on it, as that ball will play off ceiling, but back into the hands of Chief with a giant queer. And although Sham West might have called it, he was a little bit off that ball. You have to be careful here. A shot just high again. The follow-up to the center of field. Sauce Prophet back down the field. A touch in from Young Ube, although maybe not necessary, so it kind of scared me a little bit, but they will win in overtime by the count of 1-0.
They've got to be scratching their heads. So much that they threw at Westcliff just could not stick. 12 shots, and the last one is the one that counts in overtime. Sac State able to tie this one up at 1 apiece. And my goodness, I mean, it was definitely Chief and Sharkus the whole time for Westcliff, really the prominent pair that kept them competitive. But Young Ube with the finisher as they just found that final gap to give themselves that little edge to get rid of Westcliff for this game.
I was talking down about both of the defenses, to start off the series in that game number 1. I take everything back because the shot count you've been saying, hey, they threw, Sac State threw a lot at Westcliff's defense. You can say the same in reverse as well, as the shot count was so high both ways, and so were the save counts. So I take back everything I said about the lackluster defenses. I think they actually did a great job in that game to keep it close. It's kind of insane to see 22 shots on target and the scoreline end up at 1-0. That kind of blows my mind a little bit. Shows the defenses are prepared both ways, including Westcliff, who is looking to maybe go up to match points, but couldn't quite pull it off in overtime. And Sac State, hopefully for them, if you're a fan of them as well, or go to the school, you got to hope that that trend continues, and maybe that's a monkey off the back, the one that starts everything else scoring-wise, because otherwise they've been really good with offense. And maybe an opportunity there, but just a little bit wide, and that's been the story for them so far. The struggle continues to put shots on target.
DFG Annihilation, he was a little bit out in kind of no man's land for a while between both Sharkus and Chief, and so you want him to be able to step up. These two guys probably not going to be able, or won't be the mainstay going into the next season or for the continuation of the program because of their senior level. But he's the freshman. Got to be able to get those repetitions, see how well they can continue to move this program forward. But Sham West is going to climb the ladder. He's going to find Chief in the way, that midfield contention. Go higher, looking to be an option. DFG, he's waiting, but it's Chief looking for the putback. It stalls out, but it will be taken very well. Defensively sound. We had 8 saves apiece between these two different teams in the previous game, and I mean, it shows. They just continue to find such good vision from the field.
And they look for passing, which is part of that vision, right? Recognizing and locating your teammates downfield and getting those touches, as we saw. A little bit of a chip shot there earlier that forced 2 on the double commit from Westcliff defense. Rolling towards their own net, but no harm done. As we remain, I know it's a shocker, 0-0 as both defenses up to the challenge yet again. 1:30 into this game. Number 3, but the shot on, and right when I called, the defense is doing good work. An open netter from Sham West, as they will get another goal in this series finally, in a 1-0 lead here in game number 3 for Sac State.
And that one was just a little bit of rotational issue. You had Annihilation coming over to the backside post, and then Chief gave him a little bit of a love nudge. They went to the exact same place, and I think Chief was there just a little bit sooner, or actually later, and so the collision occurred. So you know what? You clean that up, you move it along. You have 1:40 already into game number 3. Westcliff, you started great. Now you're starting to see some of those same woes. A shot opportunity now turns into a pass as Sauce Prophet. He'll be able to get 2.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication yet again as Sharkus thought the right play was to go back to the corner. Unfortunately for him, not only did he miss the touch and go back towards the middle of the field, but also bumped a teammate in the process, trying to get back to it. So a couple of miscues there on the defense from Westcliff. Definitely uncharacteristic from the way that they played over the first 2 games. It'll definitely be a good feeling for Sac State as finally things going their way. And even if it's a miscue from the other defense, you'll take it.
Oh, yeah. because anything that in this game in terms of, well, I thought that was going to be a defensive play by ShamWest, but anything that your opponent is committing as a negative, you can turn into a positive, and that's something that has to be recognized in earnest. Sharkus, he's going to call up a double commit, as DFG Annihilation is able to put that back over the midfield line, but that means everyone is rotating into the exact same corner. All of the chaos from Westcliff, you see them scrambling the near side pass, and ShamWest just can't get it over Young Ube in time. We're at halftime here, Bear, and Westcliff, they could be able to dig themselves out.
Needs you as a dig from Chief there in order to pop it up and out of the zone for the time being. Annihilation looking to settle things down with a quick touch. And they try to get that sharp passing, but Young Ube read it all the way. And although it was a short pass and only had a little bit of a distance to travel, it was still read from Young Ube, as he's able to jump in time before Annihilation could get there. It makes it 3-0 from Sac State.
I feel like Young Ube was going to go and demo someone or get that ball. That's pretty much what he was doing. He was already at the midfield line. He saw them coming up. He's like, I'm going to either hit someone or I'm going to get a shot. And that's exactly what he did. 50-50 opportunity. Oh, and now you see the confidence of Sac State. They're like, okay, this started off weird and we were behind. And now we have a chance. And we are able to really kind of bury this one if we want to.
And Chief stepping on the toes of Sharkus, it looked like, as he was trying to jump in and make an offensive play, but was denied by the fact that a teammate had touched. And so the woes continued to kind of build here for Westcliff, as Sac State bounced back, and a good pinch there as well, puts it past the defense. Young Ube has come alive, and this is the Sac State that I was expecting to see, with your lives on the line against an 0-7 team, and you want to come out, you just, throwing multiple shots on target, which I would argue that they did for a bit, but now they're starting to land, and you feel good about it for Sac State.
Oh, yeah, you do. And Young Ube, he had a few opportunities like that before, but they just weren't landing. He had a very stalwart defense to work through, and now that they've been able to loosen them up, and these chances are not coming in surplus for the likes of Westcliff. They're able to take advantage and now create a lot of opportunities for themselves. Sharkus trying to side out anything. He has absolutely no boost. It's going to be Chief. Goes to the back wall, looking for the double. ShamWest with a fantastic defensive play to bop that one right the heck out. Sauce Prophet, back pass, and a minute 10 on the clock. 4-0 just looks like it may either be built upon or at least be maintained. And Sac State looking to take a second game in a row.
Yeah, trying to take care of business here, as it looks like they might be capable of doing so, but hold that thought, as Annihilation able to get one back here for Westcliff. A little bit of a broken play there from Sac State Green, as Annihilation recognized that, and a good job to read the play, really make that quick turn and toss into the back of the net. So Westcliff finally stopping the Sac State strain in its tracks, as it got out and left the station. So Westcliff looking to kind of clean up their gameplay, stepping on each other's toes, but since then it's trying to clean it up. And in fact, another play off the back wall. Chief is shot and in, and that's 2 quick goals in a matter of 8 seconds.
They can still do this. Okay, all right. So Young Ube just barely unable to make that read against Chief, who had a lot of the net to shoot at as soon as he got it around Young Ube, because the back man was rotating into a squishy save up under the crossbar. Great positioning overall, but these two, in the way of Chief and Sharkus, they know how to score. And they have 40 seconds to do so. If they can be able to split that time in half, they got plenty of time. Oh, look at the cross cut. Just couldn't make it.
That was a good idea, though, and they're still on it. And Chief will score with 32 seconds left in a 1-goal game, and plenty of time, and all the momentum on Westcliff's side.
This was 4-0, Bear. What? This was 4-0.
Yeah. Under a minute left, by the way.
Oh, my, yeah. Okay, cool. Forgive me, Westcliff, for writing you off. My apologies. Okay, suddenly we're in real mode. Sharkus looking to be able to get to his main man, Chief. Looking for that pinch. It's a center. Oh, it pops up. But DFG Annihilation, see if he can make this read. Instead, it goes to Young Ube, who's been the ultra superstar for the likes of Sac State. If they can bury this on the offensive half, they may be good to go. They gotta climb the ladder. 10 seconds left. Can they get there in time? Sharkus to the sidewall. The shot. DFG Annihilation, this is your time to shine. With only a few seconds left, they keep it up, but that one could be out of reach. Sharkus to the ceiling. DFG's calling for help. So is Chief. they keep it alive, but this one may end up finding the ground, and it does. And oh, what was drama turns into a llama, and that one travels well with it as they spit forth and they get their second game win on match point.
Yeah, I'm not exactly, saying that
Not
I'm super
metaphor.
confident. Oh, yeah. I was looking to move on, but listen, we can go back. Saxony Green, I'm honestly not feeling that confident in their ability to close out this series, just simply from the fact that they let Westcliff into that one way too quickly. And Westcliff had a couple opportunities to try and get a tie there, but Sac State able to hold them off for now. So the good news is you only have one more game to win to close it out and put yourselves in playoff position. I think that they kind of struggled a little bit after going up 4-0. They looked a lot stronger to begin with, but they fell off a little bit. And when you're caught snoozing to that degree, a little bit of a red flag to me. But hey, listen, you got through it, right? You put that one out of your memory. You go hard into this game number 4 and see if you can close things out. In the meantime, Westcliff still trying to play spoilers. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I understand that some goals that they come in late in a series, especially in that kind of game, is what we call garbage time. But garbage time is when, all right, it doesn't matter because there's enough time to play it and to just let that one kind of roll over. It's done and dead. It's like a 5-2 game, whatever. That very much so was enough time. It's like the 2-minute warning in NFL. You're allowing them to go up and down the field as fast as possible and score. And we know that those sky-high dunks from both Chief and Sharkus are lethal. You have to finish this game. This is your playoff livelihood. Get in there. Play. Whew.
Yeah, and they did for the first 4 minutes, quite literally. They owned that game for a while. So definitely good signs from them as far as their ups. Unfortunately, their low side looking a little bit too stronger, more stronger than you would prefer. So they'll look to bounce back and play the way they did for the 4 minutes. And again, it takes a full 5-minute effort. I'll continue to drive that point home forever because I use that just about every week, but it couldn't ring more true in that instance where I was scared for him maybe giving away that 4-0 lead, which would have been absolutely devastating. But they hold on, looking ahead in this game number 4, and maybe build on the last win. Hopefully, come out alive. But Westcliff is looking really strong and hanging in there for an 0-7 team.
Oh, they are. I mean, I really think that this is built, squarely upon the two shoulders of both Sharkus and Chief and DFG. Yep. I mean, he's trying to find kind of his identity, his place. I mean, he is the freshman between these two seniors, and I want to see if that kind of does begin to progress even more. But obviously, it is kind of that whole chemistry between all three players on your roster. We saw just a little bit ago with MiniPie, and so now it's where's your weakest link? And it's not because of weakness; it's because of how much experience and strength you can overall put into your skill set for a team as they progress and as they perform. So as Westcliff does maybe find themselves in potentially an 0-8 atmosphere, they're a competitor. I'm loving everything about that. This season isn't over until it's over, and they could play spoiler immediately to the like of Sac State, who, I mean, I personally still don't know the results of the Fresno State Blue team, who is the one threatening them just under that dotted line of who makes that top 8. So you gotta play all the way to the final second.
Exactly, because Fresno State, you never know. Like their playoff lives are on the line as well, and so obviously you want to come out punching. And for Sac State Green, you want to come out here and close out this one to force a game 5, and suddenly you may start doubting yourself. And obviously, that's not the mental state you want to be on. You want to jump out and make sure that you get that boost control before Westcliff could do it, because that's how they got you in game 1. And obviously, you don't want it to happen again because a game 5 could spell trouble. But either way, I think, Sac State Green, they definitely have it in themselves. So they just got to find a way to really summon their best effort like they did in the 4 minutes play an entire 5. We are underway with game number 4 as they look to close it out. And they do have their first ultimate chance here. So it'll be Sauce Profit to the back wall. But Sham West read the fact that Annihilation was coming from that back wall to try to get a counter attack and now push in. Sham West up early for this one. And although a double commit, Westcliff will take care of business on the defensive end.
As long as every defensive effort by Westcliff is met with a clear, then they'll be able to be just fine. But there's some fear in the hearts as Sham West climbs the ladder again and is able to make this one hit true.
And that's how you start out. That's exactly what they needed here. As Sham West, a great angled shot there too, as he got up high for that one. and able to angle it down towards the net and put on that constant pressure like we saw in the first 4 minutes of the last one.
And if they can continue to send that and then find some points on the back end, then so be it. That's exactly how they're going to be able to win out this entire game and finish out this series in game number 4. It is up to Westcliff to force this into a game 5. Alive for 5? Maybe? Maybe. It's up to them. But Chief, over the midfield crosshair, Young Ube was a stellar performer for the likes of Sac State to be able to give them that 4-0 lead that slowly became depleted. A follow-up, DFG Annihilation just can't make the read. A minute is gone, and so far it belongs to Sac State.
And off the back wall, or leaving it there, as Chief had to play it off his own back wall and get creative and very scary moment there. But got out of harm's way nonetheless with it. And forcing Young Ube into a handcuff situation where he's forced backwards and gets a touch away from his own man. It'll allow Chief to jump up in his place. A shot on, he can't get back to it, and Chief will tie it at 1.
You can hear your tone change as soon as we saw that right there. They both went to the corner, put Sham West on an island, and that shot just too far away from Young Ube. He stayed underneath it. And that is suddenly a tying goal. You're letting Westcliff be able to slowly get their way back in it. We're knotted up at 1, just a minute 20. Game number 4 looking just as feisty as the first.
Sham West trying to change that one on a mission to go straight back into the net, but Sharkus had different ideas there. Able to get a touch away. Now Sauce Prophet from the ceiling looking to get it to Young Ube, but cut off in the process by Annihilation. He's got plenty of room to work with as well. A shot and in. Wow, Westcliff now with a 2-1 lead.
DFG on the path of annihilation. He had Sharkus as an option. He goes straight for it himself, and that moment of hesitation, because Sauce Prophet has to realize it's either going to Sharkus and then going to be a banger of a shot, or it's just coming straight at him. He's able to just boggle his mind.
Man, oh man, what an answer, but a good pass here, and fought off again there by Sharkus, who has been really good. Cutting off these chances down the field that look otherwise very dangerous. Over from his own goal line with Sham West. As he plays it over to Young Ube. And Sauce Prophet to follow up on it, but Sharkus already read it. And back across, Young Ube. Cut off in the process. Left there and hit to the side wall, or at least an attempt to try to kill time for his teammates, but a quick flick. But Sham West with a quick reactional save to keep that one away from trouble. And they look to transition down the field as well, but the shot handled by guess who? It's Sharkus again.
How many times have we called out Sham West for the side of Sac State? He's really honestly leading this game. He's feeling it. This is his moment of performance, and usually kind of every player gets kind of their moment to shine, but this is his. This is the one where you got to be able to say, all right, I'm going to put this game away. I'm going to go up there. I'm going to make these sudden attacks. I'm going to make this work for us. And Young Ube and company are struggling to be able to perform at that same level with him. But the communication for the likes of Westcliff has been just the opposite. They've been very good, even with a few of these misses, a few of these key instigations to leave some of these gaps. They've been able to follow up just fine, just in time to be able to keep this one with a lead.
And able to do just enough, really. You're right. They hang around, and it's been effective as they try to go across field to Sham. As Sham West puts it off the corner, but Shark is able to read that one, get a big clear out, and forced backwards yet again. Is this, oh my, it's Westcliff again. As Shark, as we called his name on the defensive side a few times, here he is on the offensive side to make it 3-1 for Westcliff.
Blood in the water, and the Sharkus is swimming. He is everywhere possible that a mistake could be, and he is punishing them everywhere. Making sure that if it's out on the outside angle, he's going to take a lethal shot. From the kickoff, though, my man Sham West making me say Sham wow.
No, you're absolutely correct in the fact that he has been a huge part as to why Sac State has had the lead in the series and looking to close out on this one and hanging around in this game that otherwise Westcliff has been really building and trying to force this game number 5, but now back within 1 are the Sac State green side as Chief will look to put it back into the zone. He's been relatively quiet as well as he started off really strong in the series. Sauce Prophet to try to find a teammate in the middle of the field. But there with the follow-up from Sham West. He read it. Oh, he strikes again. It'll be 3-3. Sac State ties it.
That is his hat trick. He is 3 for 5 and a little bit of a miscue. The defense just slowly becoming annihilated as DFG Annihilation feeds it back. That's the imposter play right there. They're able to give it back to your opponent. So And if they can calm down, it's tied up 3-3. Just under a minute and a half remaining. This is Sac State's moment to be able to get to the playoffs in time. But Westcliff trying to play spoiler, have a supreme opportunity to force a game 5.
Yeah, and forcing Sauce Profit up for a double commit there as Sham, the leader of this team, jumped up. In addition to one already up for it on the defensive zone, luckily for them. Not much harm done across. Chief, great job to settle this one as Young Ube had eyes on the net. He thought he had it, but taken away nicely from Chief with the good recognition and reaction in order to keep it away. Remain tied here down to 45 seconds remaining.
That was a very smooth trap. He immediately caught it on his nose and just snuck it away. That was fantastic, but now you have it going the other direction. DFG Annihilation goes to the corner. That's a jump. That's a shot. It's on target. Oh my goodness, that is it, Chief.
Chief with the nice angled shot right it off the corner. And although Sham West tried his best and did everything he could off that back wall to reach out and get any kind of touch, any little touch, would have diverted that one from the back of the net, but great placement from Chief to keep it away from him. And now they're back to the lead, but careful as Sauce Profit answers right off the bat, and Sac State ties it again.
It doesn't matter if you're at the top of the standings or the bottom or somewhere in the middle. These two juggernauts are going with haymakers left and right. There's only a few seconds left until the bell, and someone is going to be left on the ropes. Giant arms flinging at one another, knocking each other in the face. It's a barroom brawl. 25 seconds left. Sham West, he's been the Titan that's been able to keep this squad in the fight. The dunk, it's a double commit. Maybe the counterattack. Chief to the wall, to Sharkus, the wombo combo. It's gonna go back up.
And with 10 seconds left, it'll be Sauce Profit looking for Young Ube. Look out, it's Chief. He had to play it sideways. Luckily, Sham West, the one on the spot. Young Ube back down to Sauce Profit, but met nicely. A quick tap back up, and Sham West had a chance, but that shot gonna go wide, and we have ourselves overtime.
An 0-7 squad playing for pride. They're trying to stay alive. Oh, but game 5 is just ever so far, depending on how quickly you can strike. Young Ube has no boost. He's playing as a bit of a decoy. With that clear for Chief. He's come alive late in this game, trying to play for the reaction. He gets on top of the ball. That's going to be DFG Annihilation. Can't connect. Chief over to Sharkus. The main combo for Westcliff. Seeing if they can keep this squad relevant and competitive against Sac State, who ever so desperately wishes to cement their way into the playoffs.
Sharkus with a good reaction. Otherwise, this one's over as he's been really big. We call his name multiple times on the defense. Here he is again to try to start on the offensive side of the ball, but Sham West will make a queer back out. Now Sauce Profit looking for Young Ube. That one's a bopper. And a little bit of an underestimated chance there from Chief as he was able to get his save. And they'll look to press back out. Quick touch over to Chief. We'll try to sidestep Sham. Not able to do so as Young Ube right back into the zone, but right into the hands of Sharkus. We'll play it right back out. And Sauce misses off the back wall now. Sham West steps up. And Young Ube, recognizing Chief in the slot, able to get a touch away.
Westcliff is committing numbers. They realize that they need to be able to score in a hurry or else these counterattacks could be their ender. Sham West, over to DFT Annihilation. He gave one away and he's trying to give his team one back. Shark is getting called up. His numbers being on the play. Young Ube in an awkward situation. The double tap. The chance. It is knocked aside.
Somehow they get back to it now, and Sham West back down the field on the own counterattack for Sac State Green. But not able to get to it as Sharkus does get a couple of touches, which will elude Sauce Profit into the hands of Young Ube, who will try to gain possession, but gives it away yet again. And now a touch off the wall. I don't think anybody's back for Young Ube, so he's going to take a shot. Luckily, Annihilation, after being annihilated himself, spawns in the right place to get to that ball. And Chief will play out to Sharkus, who will look to get the counterattack, but they play Pong back and down the field, back and forth. And Chief looking for this second touch. Although he doesn't connect, it's into the hands of Annihilation. And we play over 2 minutes here in overtime, Hill Monkey Man.
You could say he is calm in the face of Annihilation. That is a chance. A bomb! Oh, Sham West. He's been able to be both defensive and offensive. A rock, an anchor, the absolute madman that's keeping Sac State in this. 2.5 minutes. We've seen a lot of overtime in the past couple of days, and we're already seeing a whole lot more now.
Oh!
The bench, the hero, it's Sham West, and they are definitely in the playoffs.
He never had eyes to carry this one until the very end where he gets a bench off the ground. Annihilation read it unfortunately did not read the fact it was coming back down the bench, favors Sac State Green, and they will make it to the playoffs as they win Game 4 in overtime. Just about 3 minutes played there, and they are able to close it out. But what a fight there from Westcliff, who had nothing but bragging rights on the line, or when I say bragging rights, just making sure that they can get a series win. That's hard from Sac State to stick with it when it seemed like nothing seemed to favor you throughout the series, but they're able to pull it off.
That was an absolute performance at the end by Sham
Yeah.
West. Honestly, nearly 1,000 points, 7 shots. He has more than half of the offensive output from his entire team and has 5 of the goals. And I mean, a lot of support factors from both Sauce Prophet and Young Ube. Sac State, they met a contender in the way of Westcliff. I want to see what that school and what those players can do further on. I believe that we're going to be seeing them in another split for here at the NECC, but absolutely just, I love that never give up mentality. They came in just trying to play, just trying to do everything they could. And Sharkus and Chief, just so good.
Good combination. Sharkus called his name multiple times on the defense, and Chief, I said, well, he kind of went to sleep there for a little bit and woke up there to tie the game and force overtime. You kind of shake your head. You're like, wait, what happened? Sac State, of course, tied it in order to get there, but yeah, he woke up, came alive. Westcliff, although 0-7, just continued to fight. But I would argue the same thing for Sac State, as a lot of their shots early in that series rang off the post or rang off their own man. A couple of times we saw them save their own shots there accidentally. And sometimes when a game goes that way, and a series is going in that fashion, it's very easy to kind of give up into that kind of mindset, and it's hard to break out of it. And I would argue that Sac State did a really good job to do so, as they're able to fight through and make the playoffs.
Well, you know what? We got to see some contenders tonight, and we got to see some teams secure their way and punch that golden ticket and be able to make it to the promised land. And that's going to be a fun one to be able to see who's ready for it, because some teams, they went a little bit flat. Some teams, they decided this was their moment to fly high and shine. But overall, great performances. But you and I, we won't get to see the final match of this regular season play. Instead, that's going to be Bass from the Pass and Hyperia that's going to be bringing us in. And it's going to be a state sort of mind, a state of mind, if you will, as Fresno State Red and Sac State White will be bringing us to that final matchup. But, you know, this has been a great regular season to be able to cast alongside you, Bear.
Always a pleasure to have you join me in the booth for sure, as, again, you don't want to miss Sac State White facing off with Fresno State Red. Sac State, of course, we just got to see them, their other team live here, so it'll be cool to see a follow-up there as the entire college in here tonight to support their team. Really, really cool. But we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it'll be that matchup on the NECC Network.
and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League week number 8 for myself and Hypheria. I am Bass on the Pass, and we are joined again today for the final matchup of the regular season, Hypheria. You and I actually got to, this is kind of special. We got to kick it off with the very first matchup of this season of the NECC, and now we're walking away with the very last one. I'm happy to be here. It's a little bit of a somber mood, but let's hope we can carry that excitement into this final one. How are you doing on this fine Tuesday, my friend?
I'm doing absolutely great. Looking forward to this. And I didn't even know we started off and now are able to finish off the regular season. It's a blessing and a curse. It's 5 a.m. for me, but oh my, is this worth it?
It is absolutely worth it here. And, well, it's going to possibly be worth it for one of the two teams we have playing here today because we've got an interesting one on our hands, folks. It is Fresno State Red versus Sacramento State White. And, while the two teams have had some up and down seasons here, for Sacramento State, they are currently 1-6, taking, I believe it is 5 losses in a row to finish off their season. They are unfortunately out of playoff contention, but Fresno State Red are not out of this one quite yet. They're currently 4-3 in their division, which, by the way, is the Emergent Cyan division. And 4-3, they are just barely on the cusp of making a playoff spot. If they lose this today, there's no guarantee that they're going to be knocked out of playoffs, but it by far leaves the door open for a couple other teams that are in that area, including the other Fresno State team, Maroon, as well as also George Fox Blue. If they win this one, though, they're guaranteed playoffs. There's no two ways about it. At 5-3 overall record here, Fresno State Red would absolutely guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs. So I'm not going to say this is a must-win scenario for them, Hypheria, but it's about as close as you can get for this Fresno team.
Oh, absolutely. And Sacs, they already taken down Fresno State Maroon before giving them one of their losses. That's going to be interesting. They've had a good record thus far against Fresno State. Let's see whether they can also do it against the color red. It's going to be an interesting one. It does have a bit of implication. You just want to secure yourself, take matters into your own hands. So we will also take matters into our own hands and start the game.
Here we go. Best of 5, and possibly the best of 5 that will determine the season for Fresno State. They need to try and pull out all the stops here in this best of 5, which, like we said, it's not only the last best of 5 for these teams, it's the last one all season. So Hypheria, with a somber mood, I say let's kick this one off. The end of the season for the NECC Rocket League team. And before we get into this one, just kind of want to say thank you to you guys. I was one of the first casters here on the Rocket League team. I've been with the NECC since the very beginning. And to be able to end off the season with you guys and with all of you folks at home, it's just an awesome thing to see. So thank you again for all of the warm welcomes we've had throughout the season, for the support you have shown all of our casters. So let's see, can we get some support one last time from these two teams and give us a heck of a final run? 45 seconds into this one so far, neither team has been able to find the back of the net. Fresno putting on a decent amount of offensive pressure to start this one, Hype.
Oh, absolutely, they're putting on pressure, and well, there is still the playoffs as well, so it's the end of the regular season, but after that we will go into the lovely playoff, and that's exactly what they're working for here today. Fresno, they've been attacking a decent amount of time, but I've yet to find the back of the net. As I say that, Savage Titus breakthrough.
My, oh my, what a way to get through here. And I'm glad that Savage Titus is the one to bring this up, because we've been talking about this all season, Hypheria. One of my favorite things about the players we have this season is that we gave them a form at the beginning of the season to ask for a little bit of extra information. And the player that just scored, Savage Titus, the only interesting fact he put on the entire thing is that he likes beans. That's it. Literally, just that's it. I like beans. It's very important.
I mean, beans are great in nutritional value, to be fair. So, like, did you not like beans? Simple midnight snack.
Midnight snack? When are you normally eating beans? What on earth is your schedule for eating, my friend? It's an odd one, but hey, at least it's not as odd as the fact that he likes beans being put down there. There's a couple other cool ones. We also want to shout out to Rebirth, that's a computer engineer, Junior, who is also a teammate with one of the other players at Fresno State who's on a different team. A couple of really cool stuff, a couple of cool things here and there, but the cooler thing right now for this Fresno squad is not the interesting facts on their sheet, but it's the fact that they are up 1-0 right now with 2 minutes gone. So far, so good for this team. They've done a really good job at keeping this offensive pressure out from midfield, and I gotta hope they can continue this way, because again, for Fresno, it's not just about taking the win. They need a win with good game that is going to matter at the end of the season.
right now, it's seemingly very well for Fresno. They have yet to allow the other team a shot, and as I say that, the shot does ring through, but it was not really a threatening one. They can still continue on their merry way as this lands into the box. Savage Tides to the backboard. Adrian is going to be lurking around, dives underneath it. Savage Tides has also missed the play, sets up the backflip, and Profundities is able to clear it out.
Oh my, but how far can they actually clear this one out here? Sacramento State still enduring so much pressure here. Just trying to find a solid shot on target, and they will not find one. Profundity is going to send this one all the way back into their half from a booming pinch. Now into the backboard this one goes. Savage Titus just gets in the way there. Wasn't really expecting the body block, but I don't think that Sacramento nor Fresno were really expecting that either. So a little bit awkward play here out at midfield, which I think is going to result in a shot that goes high. Overseas had an absolutely golden opportunity, but unfortunately puts it a little bit wide. And as a result, Fresno going to have to press on. They've only got this 1-goal lead, and that can change in the blink of an eye.
I even gave him a bang and he missed the shot. That's unfortunate to extend your lead, because situations like this might just unfold underclock, under the ball more like it. Christian to the side. Adrian tries to get a controlling touch, but instead misses it. Overseas. Make sure that he goes actually for the play. Savage Tides is long clear down the other end, underclock. Still with a clear away. Overseas look for the aerial play. Goes for the ceiling reset. Drops down. Tries to get the landing on the ball, but uses a flip. Pulls it prematurely, and that will lead to a defensive stay.
Unfortunately, this is just going back and forth right now, and for Sacramento State, they do not want this one going back and forth. But I do have to remind everybody here, Sacramento State are not necessarily playing for as much as Fresno right now. Fresno need this win. They need it desperately, and as much as Sacramento State would love to try and break this unfortunate spell they've had at the end of their season, this doesn't secure themselves playoffs, so they might not necessarily have as much fight in this one. It doesn't mean that they're going to fight any less hard. It just means that they probably recognize Fresno are throwing everything at this one. Their heart and souls are in this game because they need to. If Fresno cannot find themselves a win in this series, there's a chance they don't make playoffs. So they are throwing everything they've got at their opponents right now. They've got a goal and the lead to show for it. 15 seconds left. All they have to do is hold on. I think Sacramento right now are going to finally get themselves a little bit of an offense here. It's an awkward miss on the back end. A chance now. Christian sends this one center. Is anyone up? Profundities is there. Puts it off the backboard. Will there be a follow-up? No! Underclock just a little bit too far pushed up. And that over-aggression, unfortunately, I think is going to come back to bite Sacramento State as they do not find a solid shot to finish off this game. And Fresno, in the narrowest of fashions, 1-0, will complete the shutout and take game number 1.
And if you look at the sheet as well, or the standings rather, Fresno, they've got a decent ratio. They're 4-3. On the other side, though, Sacramento, they are 1-6, being swept every single week except for the 3-1 against Fresno State Maroons. So I'm not too sure what's going on there, and I think it very much displays that you can't count them out. They can still pull something out of the bag, and you always need to be on your toes.
That's the big thing here. At this point, Fresno need to be aware that they can't get too comfortable. Yes, they do have the lead here, and yes, it was an impressive first game, but the fact of the matter is that it was a 1-goal game. So if everything changes in the second game and they don't find themselves that early goal to hold on to throughout the matchup, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult place for them. So let's hope. Let's hope we can see a little bit of a better game here out of Sacramento State in the second game. And we can see a little bit more of a back and forth, because that's what we're looking for here. As much as we do want to see Fresno guarantee themselves some playoffs, we also want to see a good back and forth here. So Sacramento State, it's up to you guys to show that here. Get a little bit more offense, get a little bit more in the face of Fresno, and give us a good back and forth.
Here we go. Game number 2, and if Fresno were able to manage to get this in the bag as well, I'm seeing a very gloomy future for Sacramento. But hey, we are not past that just yet. Adrian, let's take it across. Overseas. Sets up the play. Zero boost in the tank. It's overseas. He can do a lot, but I think with zero boost will be halted rather quickly. Adrian will be halted by his own teammate, then goes underneath the play, underclock. So wants to set up that attack. Good capitalization on the mistake from Fresno. They're able to try and regain that control right back.
They're trying to start off from their back end here, but Sacramento State's starting to put on a lot more pressure than we saw in the last game. They already have 2 shots within this first minute, and I think this should be a third. Christian sends that into the back of Underclock. That almost was the weirdest redirect we've ever seen, but hey, you know what? We'll take what we can get. Right now, Sacramento State need to get a little bit more creative, because here's the difference. Fresno moving to offense, and they move in with some ferocity. Not able to find a shot there. A plan of attack, and they execute pretty perfectly. Not to say that Sacramento State are out of this, but they need to be more methodical. If they want a shot at this game, Hyperia, oh my word, they need shots with firepower like that.
And the angle as well, great snipe by Overseas, and the snipe, it was plenty of power behind it. Absolutely no time for Christian to react. That was an interesting one, and now it's the hold off yet again. Last of the game they did it. Are they able to do it again? Profundity's already taken it to the skies, but getting shut down rather quickly. It's looking like this might be a solid game to try something for Sac State, where they kind of get a few attacks here and there, and they really need to capitalize upon them.
That's the big thing there, is that if they're not going to get that many shots in a game, the shots you do get, you need to do the most with them. And that's something we've seen so far here out of Fresno. They've got a single shot registered in this game, and they've got a goal from it. They're recognizing that, okay, if the opponents want to get in our face and start to put on this much pressure, when we do find that alleviation, we have got to put in a solid shot. And they've done that so far, but can they hold on for another 3 minutes here? Last game was a 1-0 shutout. I don't really suspect the second one will be the same scoreline, and that's in part due to the fact that Sacramento State are really breaking out of their half a lot more effectively, but also in part to the fact that Fresno don't look like they're done scoring yet here. They're back on offense, back in the face of their opponents, and they really do want that 2-0 lead there. A safety net for this team with how little the goals have gone in this series would be massive for this Fresno team.
Absolutely up the ceiling. Overseas goes now. Christian diving underneath. Underclock. Looks to set up the play. Big boomer in towards the other side. Pin landing on it will cause a pinch. Adrian still there on the backboard. Fresno, they need to break out, and you don't want to be stuck on defense for the remainder of this game. That's so stressful. A lot of nerves will be going through your body, and then at that point, one mistake might just cost you. That's a good pass from Adrian. Overseas up for it, gets it only to the backboard.
Almost able to get in another shot there, and that would have been crucial for this Fresno side. They've got 2 minutes left here in this game, and taking a 2-0 lead on the series, like we said, it's not only huge for the chances of winning this one, but it's also massive for their chances of game differential overall. That really is important here in the NECC, and unfortunately for Fresno, I was going to say they can't find themselves a second goal, but they will find it on the follow-up. Overseas just gets in the face, takes us around profundities, finds Christian with an unfortunate touch, and snipes that into the back of the net when it counts most. 2-0 in favor of Fresno State.
What a passing play. Unfortunately, one of the passers wasn't quite his teammate, but hey, Overseas has got the capability to do so. He can make you do things that you do not want to. Overseas, this time, has to try and force it through. Savage Titus into the corner. Underclock, staying close to it, but ultimately lets his teammate take over for being in an awkward position. Christian has to set up the counter-attack. They have to score right here, right now. Otherwise, they would have to reverse sweep Fresno.
Oh boy, and is that going to be a difficult task for a team that really has struggled in the last couple of weeks here. Sac State White have not taken a win since week number 2 of this league. And I don't just mean a win in terms of like, a game, or excuse me, a series. I mean in terms of a game. The last time they took a game was that second week. Since then, they have been swept by every team they have faced, so this really is an important game for them. They're showing that they need momentum in their favor if they want a chance at winning a series, and for Sacramento State right now, they unfortunately do not have a lot of it in them right now. So let's see, can they turn this one around? With 40 seconds left, I'm not necessarily looking for them to change this game up entirely, but at least get a goal for the road. So far in this series overall, they have not been able to score.
It's another one because I feel like their attack is not terrible or whatsoever. Their defense, it could use a few tweaks, sure, but it's absolutely not like they've been completely shut out of any attack. It's just Fresno really stepping up on the defensive end when it matters. Adrian right there and directly looks for that counter-attack where that's where Sac State are still a little bit vulnerable on that counter-attack. They've put themselves in very forward positions, but they then have to go back on the defense quickly where Fresno can find the gaps and utilize them to its fullest extent.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. Is it feels like Fresno are just a little bit more advantageous at the moment, and as a result, they've got the 2-0 lead here on the series, as well as the 2-0 win in game number 2. And to sort of further emphasize your point, both teams had the exact same amount of shots in that game: 3 shots to Fresno, 3 shots to Sacramento State. The difference is that Fresno 3 saves on their side, Sacramento State 0 saves on their side. So it just kind of further emphasizes what you were saying before, Hyperia. Sacramento State do have a really good offense. The unfortunate thing is, though, they're running into the defense of Fresno, not really all that prepared for it. And then when they try and retreat into their own defense, it's a little bit too frazzled and disorganized. So it's not one of these things where I think Sacramento State are out of this by a long shot. They are very much still in this game, but they need a goal. They need something to be that catalyst that gives that offense its spark of life and gets this team going when it comes to that final third.
It's so hard to imagine that they have to get a goal because they haven't been able to do that just yet. And then potentially multiple of those as well, because I don't think Fresno are going to leave that at a 1-goal game. They're just going to be really forcing the attack. And at that point, Sac State might be even more vulnerable. But here, oh no. Worst start imaginable.
Oh, it's a bit unfortunate there, and it's not really a worse start because, they just played poorly. It's just, unfortunately, kickoff didn't go their way, and not only is it a kickoff goal, but it's a kickoff goal within a single second. 4:59 on the clock, and already Fresno are up, and like we said, far and few goals in this series, and so far in just about 3 games, we have scored ourselves only 4 goals, and they've all been in the side of Fresno, so like you said, it's really not the start they were hoping for, possibly the worst one they could find, but we've got time. Almost 5 minutes of play there, quite literally about as close as we could get to 5 minutes of play, and Sacramento State do have the potential for a comeback. They just really need to show it here in what could be the last game of the season.
Adrian, defensive rotation. Christian gets it into the box, and I think that might be one of the missing factors for Sac State. They don't really have that killer instinct right now where they are all up in the box, or one of them is really close to the play, making sure that they can capitalize on the pass to the center. They kind of leave it until it's too late, and at that point Fresno will already have cleared it, just as in this case Savage Tides is going down the other end. 14 boosts to work with, tries to get a pass, and overseas that's a good 50, but Adrian too far back to try and make anything out of that.
It's a good 50-50, though. They'll at least keep the offense together here. But Fresno, unfortunately, looking, I would say, pretty in control of this game right now. It does feel like Sacramento State are starting to get some offense together, but that's the final shot. Notice how Adrian and Overseas are not panicked whatsoever. They're prepared for a lot of what Sacramento State is throwing at them right now. So now it's time to get creative, Sacramento State. Try and make saves like that and then get some solid goals on the other end. Take this Fresno team by surprise, because with a 1-0 lead, this is not out of hand quite yet. It's not even close to out of hand at this point. Sacramento State need just one good goal and they are right back into this.
Ooh, but they can't get you concede one. That would put them in a terrible position as this lands into the box. Overseas off the top of his car, nicely tips it over the entire defense, and that's Overseas striking again.
This is a beautiful shot from Overseas for a number of reasons. You can see Underclock goes off to try and pull off a squishy save off the ceiling because he's expecting a boomer at net. When Overseas just kind of lightly dinks that underneath the ball, underneath the bar, you're just not prepared. And that's the difference right now. It feels like Fresno are very understanding of how they're operating their offense and are also understanding of how Sacramento State are operating their defense. They're poking and prodding, finding those gaps on the back end, and are taking advantage of them every time. So props to Fresno State. They're playing a fantastic game. And that's what's so frustrating about Sacramento State right now, is that they're not playing bad. Not by any stretch of the imagination. They just can't seem to find that spark of life that Fresno are running with right now.
If you give Fresno the time and defense to sort everything out, there have been a few oddities in their defensive end, but if you give them time to sort that out, they can spot it and they can close the gap. That's something that's been going on pretty much the entire game, the entire series even, where Fresno, they seem a bit frazzled for just a tiny second. For example, this could be a better opportunity, but both players out of Sac State who are not currently at the play are sitting at the midfield line and leaving the gap to let Fresno sort out their defense.
they're just getting a little bit nervous here. It does kind of feel like they're not jumping on those opportunities. And like we said, with how few goals have been scored in this series, it's really about making the most of those opportunities. And well, now we're getting down to the last one Sacramento State could see all season. With 2 minutes remaining, they need to find themselves 2 goals in a row. And that's beyond difficult considering the fact that they haven't found themselves a goal throughout this series. Through 3 games of play, or just about, they still have yet to find the back of the net. If they can find something here, breakout pass, and Overseas has to take this one all the way back into his half, but able to get around Christian. Now Profundity's up for this one very early. Pretty 50-50, but will it lead to anything else? I think not, as Adrian can send this out to Overseas and back into the Sac State half yet again. 90 seconds remain on this clock here, High Fury. It is do or die time for Sacramento State. If they can't find themselves 2 goals in a row, not only is that the end of the series, but that's the end of the season. And the end of the regular season means that Fresno would most likely secure themselves a spot in playoffs.
Absolutely, and the time just keeps on ticking, just like time does. Underclock, can he get the redirect? He can, but not on target. Straight back to the center. Christian, pass back, and I like what I'm seeing from Sac State. They're actually putting themselves in a... I like what I'm seeing from Overseas. Great counterattack here.
Well, I appreciate that you can transition quickly enough here because, well, Fresno State can also transition pretty quickly here. I was going to say San Francisco. That's where I'm from, not neither of these teams. But hey, shout out to the California schools here. We've got a couple of you guys that entered in this season, and we'll have a couple of you guys heading to playoffs as well, including this Fresno State team. At this point, I'm going to call it. Unfortunately for Sacramento State, they tried their hardest. They gave a heck of an effort here in the final game of the season, but they're not going to find themselves the win. Fresno State will move on 3-0 and possibly 3-0 in this final game. 4-0 as Adrian dismantles the defense. But one thing is for certain, this is not the last we will see of Fresno State. With this win today, they solidify themselves a position in playoffs.
I hate that they scored here, and I'll tell you why as well. They first game scored 1 goal, second game 2, and then this would have been third game 3 goals. But
No!
I guess they don't like satisfying score lines, and now you might as well score more. You've done it now. You've ruined everything I stand for, and unfortunately for me, I don't think they care.
Yeah, I think not at this point. And, well, unfortunately for Fresno State, I don't think they're going to be playing this one all as accurately. 20 seconds left, and you can see they're kind of just whipping it around the pitch. Adrian pre-jumping off the wall here. They're just delaying the inevitable, and the inevitable is a 3-0 in favor of Fresno State. Congratulations on not only taking the final series win of the NECC regular season, but securing yourselves a position in playoffs as well. Very well done to this Fresno team. I've got nothing but compliments for them. And unfortunately for Sacramento State, you're going to have to try and redo it in the next NECC season. You guys played a heck of a final game, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and that is Fresno State Red. Congratulations on not only the win, but the playoff position. You guys absolutely deserved it. Really well played.
And I have no statistic to back this up, but maybe even the first clean sweep.
Oh, yeah.
Actual, complete, perfect, clean sweep of the season. Sac State were not able to break through once. They've had opportunities. They had 5 again this game, but are just not able to break them through and being entirely scoreless. Once again, I'm not 100% on this. I don't remember seeing one on stream, though.
I have not. If anyone's going to know, that'll be Patrick, who our stats guy, who will come in probably afterwards and tell us whether or not that is accurate. But the reality is a clean sweep is still an impressive thing. Whether or not it's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 15th, it's not that often that you see a clean sweep. And I'm going to highly doubt we've got more than a handful at maximum. So congratulations to Fresno. A heck of a way to send yourselves to playoffs. You absolutely deserve it. And well, Hyperia, now that we mentioned playoffs, it's the next time you guys are going to see us. Thank you guys so much for an incredible NECC Rocket League regular season. We're not going to finish here. We're still going to be back next Tuesday with more playoffs potential, but the fact that you guys have allowed us to have such an incredible regular season, nothing but thanks. Seriously, thank you guys for all the support that you've shown this season. It's been an awesome thing to see. Like I said, it was the first official, caster for Rocket League I was brought in on this team, and it just means a lot to see this much support over a year later at this point. So thank you again, guys. I'm not going to take up any more of your time today. For myself, for High Fury, for the guys behind the scenes, we want to thank you guys for an incredible season of NECC Rocket League. But we will be back tomorrow as well. Not for Rocket, for some more, I believe it is Rainbow Six action tomorrow. So you're going to see some more collegiate esports. But if you want to see more collegiate Rocket League, it will be next week, same time, same place. So make sure to tune on in for the NECC Rocket League playoffs. But for now, that is all that we've got. Thank you guys again for everything here tonight. We will see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday and have a good one.